right through it. Don't make me do it. I'm ignoring all the signs. I see right through it. You're gonna make me do it. I'm ignoring all the signs. See right through it. Don't make me do it. I'm ignoring all the signs. I see right through it. You're gonna make me do it. I'm ignoring all the signs.
Hey, Yekcyr.
It's the Y-E-K to the C-Y-R. Narrow path, gang running, so we all raise the bar. If you on that broad path, hey, you won't get far. It's the Y-E-K to the C-Y-R. Keep the laws and commandments, Torah gang of fitness. The way that I live, I don't follow religions. Shabbat and the feast days, no Easter, no Christmas. Yahusha taught the law was not abolished or finished. The Father named Yahuwah, you reducing the titles. And Lord mean Baal, that's a Canaanite idol. No religious institution, I just stay with the Bible. Preparing for Messiah, I await his arrival. The name is Yahusha, let's make it go viral. Rejecting his name, you to see by these idols. Yehudi, not a Christian or a Muslim or Jew. I don't follow no religion and neither should you. Yeah.
Who we gonna believe? I'm going to understand and believe y'all. Big fat baby. Alright, let's keep going on. Who we at? I'll stick it to you.
It's the Y-E-K to the C-Y-R. Narrow path, gang running, so we all raise the bar. If you on that broad path, hey, you won't get far. It's the Y-E-K to the C-Y-R. Yeah, that Torah is life, yeah, I'm keeping the law. Grace alone won't save you, contradictions of Paul. But without grace, you cannot keep the law. At the name of Yahusha, demons tremble and fall. Bold as a lion, no fear the devil at all. I'm listening to Yahuwah, not listen to y'all. Kick the devil in his face, I'm empowered by Yah. All esteem to the king, Rumamu Yahuwah. Because I keep the laws, they say I'm lost in the cold. Burning sage, using crystals, yeah, that's all the occult. False doctrine disproven, and they don't want the smoke. They go hard for the kingdom ever since I awoke, yeah.
Hey, Yekcyr.
And one of the elders saith unto me, Weep not. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof.
Ay, bolder than a lion, bolder than a lion. I ain't bowing down to Baal, cause we bolder than some lions. Keeping the commandments that'll lead us back to Zion. I ain't bowing down to Baal, cause I'm bolder than a lion. I don't care if you offended, yeah, I said what I intended. I said it and I meant it, scripture cannot be amended. Don't care if I'm offended, yeah, I mean it and admit it. Doesn't matter really how you feel, the Bible will transcend it. The truth is unexpended and the truth should be commended. You ain't walking in the truth, the thing you choose to be demented. Yeah, following your who is not religion, it's decision. And we keeping the commandments, they not prone to abolition. Because we did not bow to Rome and give them our submission. Man, they killed so many Hebrews in the Roman Inquisition. Following the Torah is not religion, it's decision. And Yahushua kept the law, cause it's not prone to abolition. Bolder than a lion, bolder than a lion. I ain't bowing down to Baal, cause we bolder than some lions. Keeping the commandments that'll lead us back to Zion. I ain't bowing down to Baal, cause I'm bolder than a lion. Ay, bolder than a lion, bolder than a lion. I ain't bowing down to Baal, cause we bolder than some lions. Keeping the commandments that'll lead us back to Zion. I ain't bowing down to Baal, cause I'm bolder than a lion. Yeah.
Chapter 28. The wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are bold as a lion.
So, what is the Great Reset? It is the time where the world will be transitioned to the New World Order. They want to completely reset the way things are done in the world.
I gotta turn my headphones up. There we go.
Yeah. New World Order is the Great Reset. They want Lucifer as God and your safety net. New World Order is the Great Reset. They want Lucifer as God and your safety net. New World Order is the Great Reset. Great Reset. Great Reset. New World Order is the Great Reset. Great Reset. Great Reset. World leaders got a plan. Agenda 2030. New World Order. Yeah, they tryna do us dirty. The reset is social, economic, and religious. The Antichrist is coming. Don't you bow to his image or take his mark, cause there is no forgiveness. Yahuwah is love, but his wrath is relentless. Better beware of the mark of the beast. Will I ever take that? No, not in the least. Don't believe the man of sin when he promising peace. But before he is revealed, chaos in the streets. When the economy collapsed, chaos in the streets. He will sign a deal in Israel promising peace. Yeah. New World Order is the Great Reset. They want Lucifer as God and your safety net. New World Order is the Great Reset. They want Lucifer as God and your safety net. New World Order is the Great Reset. Great Reset. Great Reset. New World Order is the Great Reset. 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 Great Reset.
Yeah, you gotta get into the word. Revelations 13. And he calleth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to be given a mark upon their right hand or upon their foreheads, and that no man should be able to buy or sell, except he that has the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Revelations 13, verse 15 through 17. Get into it.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Yeah. Hey. Dun 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 dun. Only one way to Abba Yahushua is king, and he's coming back soon, and to him I will cling. Divide the sheep from the goats, this division he bring. Jesus is a false messiah, and I know that it stings. Screw that white pagan Jesus, Yahushua is king, and he's coming back soon, and to him I will cling. Divide the sheep from the goats, this division he brings. You rejecting, you will perish, and I know that it stings. A Messiah named Yahushua, not Jesus or Christ. He don't have a pagan name that you need to get right. Don't wait till judgment day, you gon' plead for your life. Abraham brought the seed, that's the seed that brings life. And salvation is free, it's the cheapest in price. We all one in Yahushua, if you agree that we tight. And religion ain't the way you need to flee from the lies. Keep his laws and commandments, be keen and be wise. And there's no one like him, went from lamb to a lion. Don't be mad at the truth, cause I'm here to enlighten. And the dome above us, NASA constantly lying. You think the earth isn't level, better peep the horizon. And I'm trying to gain the crown of life and make it to Zion. King Yekcyr will return, hope to see you at Zion. No pre-trib rapture, we endure to the end. And the Most High is with us, he our father and friend. Hey, the old world pass away, the meek inherit the earth. You believe and repent, that is truly rebirth. And his blood that he shed paid the ultimate debt. Carried the sins of the world, had a sorrowful death. But he cried cause he loved us, and Yekcyr just wept. And Yahuwah sent his son, covenant he had kept. In the name of Yekcyr, I pray you accept. Every soul shall confess that he came in the flesh. And his name has been suppressed, confess his name and be blessed. You will feel fresh like breath after brushing with crest. John 5:43, Christ can't save you from death. And the truth is hard to swallow when it got you so pressed. Only one way to Abba, Yekcyr is king. And he's coming back soon, and to him I will cling. Divide the sheep from the goats, this division he bring. Jesus is a false messiah, and I know that it stings. Screw that white pagan Jesus, Yekcyr is king. And he's coming back soon, and to him I will cling. Divide the sheep from the goats, this division he brings. You rejecting, you will perish, and I know that it stings. Hey, Messiah, name you. Yada Yahuwah, all praises to the highest. Yahuwah. Shabbat Shalom, Mashfakah. We are back in the building. We made it, y'all. We made it. All praises to Yahuwah. Can I get an all praises to Yahuwah in the chat? Okay, listen, we identify the Alua by name. Okay, we don't shorten the name. No. We don't need to do that. We say his full name, Yahuwah, the highest. You feel what I'm saying? Can I get an all praises to the Most High Yahuwah in the chat? And that's speaking to people who watching on Facebook and people here in the YouTube. And I'm going to get my shout outs, but I need an all praises to the Most High Yahuwah. I need that. I need that, family. Yahuwah is good. Praise the Most High. And listen, am I sounding all good? Am I sounding all good? Yeah, let's go. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Am I good? Am I good, family? Am I good? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Mic check ones. Okay. I see ones. Okay. All right. I just like doing that. I just like doing that. I'm not gonna even lie, bro. I just, you know what I'm saying? I just like doing that. I just like doing that. Hey, I just like doing that. Just like doing that. Hey, I be doing that. Hey, I be doing that. I be praising the Most High. You know what I'm saying? I got to make sure the sound is good. You know what I'm saying? Got to get the mic on check. You feel me? Yeah, all praises. Okay, family. All right, so let me get my shouts outs. Shout outs, Salaki. It's been one of those days, man. All praises to the Most High. I haven't just, you know what I'm saying, putting this together for you guys. And, you know, it kind of was a really, really laid back day today. The week has been kind of busy, kind of running around a lot, but today was so much more, you know, just kind of laid back and chill. So all praises to the Most High for that. All right, y'all. So let me get my shout outs in the chat. Shout out to the mods. Yahudi Blue is in the building. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Good to see you. All praises to the Most High, Yahuwah. Bianca is here. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Good to see you. All praises to the Most High. Let's see. Queen Raya Yasharal is in the building. Shabbat Shalom, sister. All praises to the highest, Yahuwah. Very, very, very good to see you as always. All praises. Let's see. Adara is in the building. What's up, sis? Shabbat Shalom. All praises to the highest, Yahuwah. Good to see you. Now, fam, if I don't get to everybody, please forgive me. Salaki, if I do not get to you, you know what I'm saying, by name. I just got to shout out the mods first. They be holding it down up in here. You know what I'm saying? Zakar Yahu Yashara. Shabbat Shalom Aki. Shalom Alikam. All praises to the Most High. Good to see you. Let's see. Dark Kid. What's up, Ak? All praises to the Most High. Shabbat Shalom Aki. All right. Dennis. What's up, Aki? My big Ak. Shabbat Shalom. Big fam. What's good with you? Shabbat Shalom. Love you, Ak. All praises to the Most High. Good to see you. All right. I think we got most of the mods. Let's see. Salaki, forgive me. GK is in the building. Shabbat Shalom. Jose, what's up? Shabbat Shalom. All praises to the highest. Yahuwah. All praises. Kenny in Peace is here. Shabbat Shalom. Josiah Jackson. Shabbat Shalom. Tawanda, what's up, sis? Shabbat Shalom. LB Hakodesh is in the building. All praises to the Most High. Yes, sir. All praises. Shabbat Shalom. Abi Yahu, what's up, sis? Shabbat Shalom. Good to see you. I choose Yahuwah. Renee Yahoo. Wow. Renee Yahoo. Ooh, that's fire. I like that. That's lit, sis. I rock with that. She's been coming around on the channel a lot. I've been seeing your comments a lot. So appreciate you joining with the family. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna learn a lot. You're gonna definitely learn a lot here. You know what I'm saying? So all praises for the awakening of our people all around the world, you know, somehow, some way, with all the algorithms and the AI and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Our message is still getting out there to our people. We still waking up. So all praises, sis. All right. Shabbat Shalom to you. Okay, y'all. We got to get this going because we got a long one to go through. A lot of information. Donovan, Shabbat Shalom. Okay. All right. I'm sorry if I don't get you. My bad. But thank you. Shout out to everybody who is watching. You know what I'm saying? Wherever you are on Facebook, YouTube, wherever it might be. All right, y'all. So, if you don't know, I did a show not too long ago. Like a few days ago, and it was regarding melanin and transhumanism, okay? And the quest to become like what they call God, okay? I use that term now. Listen, I do not refer to Ha'alua. I do not refer to the Alua, the highest, my father, Yahuwah, as God, okay? That's who their deity is, okay? That is not our father. That is not the all-knowing, all-living, all-powerful, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent Alua, Yahuwah. No, that's not our father. That's their deity, who's Satan. You feel what I'm saying? So when I use the term God, I'm making that distinction, okay? Because their Alua is not my Alua, all right? And by the way, my Alua created their Alua, by the way, because it's Satan. But just want to be clear, make that distinction, all right? Because, you know, some people be like, come on, Yak. Come on, man. You know we don't be saying God. Homie, I never say God when I refer to Alua. I never refer to Aluahi, Yahuwah, as God, homie. You done lost your mind. You done lost your mind if you ever think I'll go back to JC. You lost your mind if you ever think I'll go back to the LORD. You lost your mind if you ever think I'll go back to the God, homie. Just saying. I'm never going back. Never. I know some of our people be jumping around from this to that to boom to bop to dit to dot to dot. I don't do that, bruh. I'm solid in this. Okay, no compromise for Yekcyr. You feel me? All praises to the highest. Now, I'm just saying, I gotta make it clear, bro. I don't jump around. That's not me. I know some of our people do, but I don't. So the episode that I did is this one here. Let me just show y'all this. This was like a preliminary episode, and it was kind of just to set the pace for what this series is going to be about. And it's going to be something I'm going to build out gradually over time. But if you have not seen this preliminary episode, I highly suggest you check it out. The link is in the description. And this is just like an introduction to what we'll be discussing today. And as I continue to build out this series, it'll make more sense as we move forward. So just be sure to check it out. Link is in the description if you have not seen this, okay? And we'll kind of do a little bit of a recap on what we talked about in that episode. We won't get too deep into it, But we'll take a look at a few things just to kind of catch you up to speed in case you haven't actually seen the episode. So the first thing I want to show you guys is a scripture. And the reason why I need to show you this scripture is because it pertains to a lot of what I'm going to be talking about today. Yahusha said in John 15, let's look at this. In John 15, Yahusha was talking to his Talmudim, his taught ones. And he was commanding them to love each other, right? Just like we're told to do by Yahuwah, right? Love your neighbor. Love your Israelite brother. Love your Israelite sister. Don't be shortchanging our people. Don't be ripping our people off. Don't be, gossiping and talking down and, smearing lies on people's names and stuff like that, right? We're supposed to treat each other with respect as a family, as Yahuwah's children. Just as a righteous father over a household would expect his children as he leads and guides us, to walk upright, to become men, right? And leaders for him. It's the same thing with our Heavenly Father. He's just the highest of the high. You know what I'm saying? So he's our spiritual Heavenly Father. We all have an earthly father, but the highest of the high, Yahuwah, he created our earthly fathers, right? So that structure is very much applicable to Yahuwah. And so we're commanded to love each other. I know in our nation, we have a lot of disputes and we have a lot of disagreements and things of that nature, but Yahusha did teach us to love each other. Yahuwah expects us to. You feel me? So we have to have more compassion for our people. Some of our people that are walking in darkness, some of our people who are falling for certain doctrines and certain teachings and certain beliefs that are not scriptural, things like that, and I feel bad because, from a sense, I can understand the identity crisis we've been dealing with for so long, not knowing who we are. Trying to figure that out as Black people. And the only thing that really hurt me more than anything else was when our people found out that they were Yasharal. That wasn't enough. Like that wasn't enough for our people. Then they have to be the Native Americans. Then they have to be, now I'm seeing videos of them talking about they're the dang Atlanteans. Like, what are we doing here, y'all? Me finding out that I'm Yasharal liberated me. It liberated my nafash. It liberated my soul. It did. It liberated. I said nothing else matters. No identity that I think that I have in Babylon. No, nothing that I attached myself to prior. None of that matters anymore. I'm a child of the highest, of the living all. That means more to me than anything else in this world, y'all. Like, I'm for real. That means there's nothing that nothing else matters, bro. Like, all I want to do is live for Yahuwah. That's all I want to do, bro. Serve the highest, help lead his sheep. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Get our inheritance, go home, live in shalom eternally. You know what I'm saying? I want that for all of our people. Like, I want that for myself and I want that for y'all. Like, but anyway, I don't want to get too sidetracked. So, let me show you this first thing here. Now, when we talk about melanin is not just pigment, so to speak. Melanin is so much more. And we're going to talk about that and equate it to what I'm about to show you about Yahusha's words. But let's just read what he said real quick, and I'm going to tie it all together for you. So, Yahusha said in John 15, verse 4, "Abide in me, and I in you, as the branch cannot bear fruit of itself, except it abide in the vine. No more can you accept you abide in me. No more can you accept unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches." Okay, remember we talked about those broken branches in Romans 11? connecting to Jeremiah 11:16, where I had to come out and say, wait, I've been wrong about this, right? The other nations can't be grafted in. The only thing they could do is cleave and serve Yahuwah, but those broken branches were our people who fell into Hellenism, who forsook Yahuwah, who fell so far apart from him in every single way that he was basically considering them to be heathens because they were living in such a way that was wicked to him, right? So you can see this context when it comes to the branches, even through Yahusha, to confirm that, right? So I am the vine, you are the branches. He that abides in me and I in him, the same bringeth forth much fruit. For without me, you can do nothing. Without Yahusha, we can do nothing. If a man abide not in me, he is cast forth as a branch and is withered, and men gather him and cast him into the fire, and they are burned. Broken branches. Yahuwah said he would kindle a fire against those branches in Jeremiah 11:16. That would be considered the cutting off. Now let's scroll down here to John 15, and we're going to read 18 through 20. Now, previously here in 16, Yahusha talks about loving our neighbors, loving our Israelite brothers, loving our Israelite sisters. I'm going to just put a little emphasis on that before we go into the next section, because Yahusha creates the perfect dichotomy of love and hate. Okay? Love and hate. Hate should not exist amongst our people, which is why he's teaching us to love. But then he's also talking about a people that hate us. Okay? I want you to understand the words of the master here. He's really painting a picture when you really, really pay attention. All right? So let's look at it. It says, well, we'll start here at verse 16. You have not chosen me, but I have chosen you and ordained you that you should go and bring forth fruit, and that your fruit should remain, that whatsoever you ask of the Father in my name, he may give it to you. These things I command you, love one another. Okay? So he's talking about us loving each other, loving our people, doing right by our people, helping our people. I was just talking about, you know what I'm saying? When in the first episode, I think I talked about the homeless, doing for the homeless, helping the homeless. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That was the episode where we were doing the fast, and I was going through the scriptures, and I talked about helping the homeless, helping our people out there that are down, down bad. You know what I'm saying? You see them out there on drugs, don't make fun of them. Pray for them. Come up to them. Ask them, are they hungry? You know what I'm saying? Our people need help. Our people need the king. They need Yahusha so they can understand love. You feel what I'm saying? Because they don't feel love. They feel rejected by society. They feel, neglected by their family, neglected by their friends. You know what I'm saying? I got family members who still smoking them rocks. Still on them rocks. You know what I'm saying? And from back in the 80s, for real. And I'm still praying they get themselves right. There's been too many overdoses in my family, for real. That's why I've been trying to get my mom to wake up. I've been trying to get her to see what the truth is, because I'm trying to get her to understand, bro. Like, this is all because we are not, like I am. I'm following Yahuwah. Y'all are following Yahuwah, but my family is not. And I'm trying to get her to see they're still under the curses. That's why my cousin, sorry, I gotta just come on here and say this real quick. This is why my cousin got his brains blown out. A little, maybe like a year ago. Dude just walked up and just boom, right to the back of his dome. He didn't even see him coming. He was, in a certain place at a certain time of night. It was late, and I fully believe the dude knew him. And they was probably doing, smoking that stuff together. You know what I'm saying? And dude was gonna rob him, and just like that. My family is still under those curses, y'all. Like, it's real. And I see the pain. You know what I'm saying? I feel the pain, but I see the pain in them. And my family is so like constrained and just lost. And it's like I have so much freedom in Yahusha. In Yahuwah, so much freedom. The freedom it feels good. It's liberating. It gives me strength. It gives me hope. And that's all they're looking for. But they just can't. They've been programmed by Christianity. They've been programmed by the church, and so it's hard to break that. It goes back to the Willie Lynch stuff. I mean, think about it. English itself. And listen, I'm not telling you guys this because I want you to feel bad for me. I'm just trying to kind of tie these real world experiences we have as Black people, you know what I'm saying, to these curses. You know what I'm saying? In Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26, because it's real for us in different ways, but in similar ways. You know what I'm saying? We all got somebody in the family that was affected by the crack epidemic, by Reaganomics. We all have family members. If you was born in the 80s, like I said, chances are your mom was probably smoking cocaine when she was pregnant with you. If you were born in the 80s, chances are she probably was. It's not everybody. Like I said, my mom, she didn't smoke that stuff, but my dad sure did. And he can never get himself together. That stuff messed him up. It did. It really, really did. And that's the truth, y'all. That's the truth. So let's get into this because I don't want to make this too personal, but I just want to try to tie these things together to help y'all understand this. All right. All right. So he just talked about loving our people, right? Us loving our people. Now let's keep reading and let's see what he says about hate. If the world hates you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. Let me give that to you one more time, because when I used to read this in Christianity, right, it never made sense, because I'm like, everybody loves white Jesus. Everybody in this world loves white Jesus. You feel me? They love that gay white man. You know what I'm saying? And the crazy thing is, I was like, how is this possible? Like, but now when you understand Yahusha, the king, who he really is, it makes sense, because they hate us just as much. This is what he's talking about. This is who he was talking to. This is who he was sent to. This does not fit the scope of Christianity at all. This is why I tell my people, y'all need to decolonize your mind. You must decolonize your mind, family. You must. You have to wipe out all the Caucasians' lies, y'all. We've all had our mind colonized. We all have. You feel me? But this word, this scripture, this truth, that's the medicine to clear up all that brain fog from not knowing your history and the lies that they've sown into your mind. So you wouldn't know who you are, because knowing who you are, look at the power that comes with it. And I'm not saying this to boast in my own power, because this is Yahuwah that has filled us with the Ruach HaKodesh to speak these truths and know these truths and share these truths. It is the Ruach Yahuwah. And if Yahusha said that I would be hated, oh yes, I'm not expecting to be popular amongst them folk, especially the ones who hate us. I'm not expected to be loved and adored by them folk. If Yahusha said they would hate us, why do I need their acceptance? He said they hate us. He told me to love my people because they hate us. Do not be like them and hate your brother. Do not be like them and hate your sister, your mother, your father. This is the message Yahusha was sending. We just have to break the programming of it all. The Christian, you know what I'm saying? The Christian sauce that they've thrown on it. The Mayo Christian sauce. The Mayo Christian sauce. Got to throw it all down. Get rid of it. Throw it in the garbage. Anything that got their nasty, pasty, dirty, mayo hands, sulfur-filled hands on. Throw it in the trash and get to the roots of the truth, because the further you go back, the further is black. The further you go back, the further is black. Further you go back, the further is black. Further you go back, the further is black. That part. Okay, let's keep reading, y'all. Here we go. If you were of the world would love its own. This is why I'm saying, how could he be sent to the whole world? Think about it. He said, if you were of the world would love you. But he was not of the world. Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. If you were of the world would love its own. But because you're not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world. So the Christians told you he was sent to the whole world, right? The whole, it's like a whole new world. Like, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's like a world that's all inclusive to everybody, even the very people who are oppressing them. He died for all the oppressors, even though he constantly talked about liberation from them. Our people were praying and crying out to Yahuwah for liberation under this wicked Roman government that was oppressing our people, forcing them to pay taxes, just like now, putting tariffs on us. Putting them ancient, you know what I'm saying, Roman, European tariffs on us back then, y'all. Oh, my, my, my. Oh, my, my, my. Am I cooking tonight, family? Is Yekcyr cooking? And not literally cooking. I mean figuratively, because, you know, it's Shabbat. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. All right. Now, let's just keep going. All right. You know, listen, you will get the Yekcyr sauce tonight. No Diddy. You know what I'm saying? You will get rare form Yekcyr tonight, this evening, this Shabbat. So praise Yahuwah. I hope y'all got time, man, because listen, lock in with me, y'all, because this is so deep, like what we're going to get into. This is so deep. You feel me? So we got to really, really get into this. And listen, before we really, really get into this, let me make something extremely clear here. Before I finish, you know, let me finish up what Yahusha is saying. Let's keep going. So if you are of the world would love its own, but you are not of the world, but I've chosen you out. Look at that keyword, out of the world. Therefore, the world hates you. So Yahusha was sent to the world that hates us. Yeah, that's white Jesus. Okay? That's white Jesus. That is white Jesus. That is JC, homie. That is Caesarea Borgia. Okay? That is the sodomite colonizer triple K Christ. That ain't Messiah. Talking about the whole world. Are you kidding me? Yahusha said the world hates us. And also, I'm supposed to believe the most copy-pasted scripture Christians use all the time? They don't ever talk about the law. They don't ever talk about the Torah. They don't ever talk about none of that. All they do is use Paul's letters to justify being wicked and doing whatever they want because they don't want to serve the Eluah. They do not want to serve the Eluah. They only want to use Christianity to colonize. They only want to use white Jesus to colonize. They write in their own books that they want to save the soul of the Negro. It wasn't about saving your soul. It was about you doing the most wicked things. And Phil, because you're a Christian and you got your pale, white, girly Jesus God man, your Aryan faggot Jesus God man, that somehow, some way you can brutalize, grape, kidnap, tie up, hang from trees, and gather your little heathen demon children around to watch a public lynching. And you took pictures. You took pictures. You took pictures. You devils. I'm going in tonight, homie. It is that time. Let's keep going. Remember the word that I said to you. The servant is not greater than his master. If they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. Them white people, them Romans, them white folks, them pale-skinned Romans. He's talking about the same pasty-faced people, because the Romans don't look no different than your modern-day white man. And this is the same context when it comes to who hates you. Why do the white people skip over? He's talking about white people. That's why they painted him white. You feel what I'm saying? So he kind of blends in. So it's like, well, it's just the Romans, but every other white race is totally fine. Decolonize your mind. All right? He says that they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they kept my saying, they will keep yours also. And he said, but all those things will they do unto you for my name's sake, because they know not him that sent me. Okay? So they don't know the all of Yasharal. They do not know him. They made their own. Okay? They made their own. All right? Now, with that being said, now that I've kind of prefaced and said everything that I wanted to do in the scriptures, I have no issue with people hating me because of the truth that is going to be revealed tonight. I am totally fine with being, you know what I'm saying, called racist or whatever these heathens do to cope with the fact that, you know what I'm saying, the truth hurts the children of Lucifer. The truth hurts the children of Lucifer. Oh, yes, it does. And listen, demons are manifesting. Demons are manifesting, y'all. Let me say it again. Demons are manifesting. And today, I have one declaration, because I know the fallen seed is watching. I know they are watching. Today, I have one thing to declare to you. One thing. I don't care about your tears. I don't care about your anger. I don't care about your jealousy. I don't care about your feelings. I don't give a damn about none of that. So, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and jump into this. So, melanin and transhumanism. This will be the first episode, and it is the quest to become like who they call God. Now, as I've already explained, if you have not watched the preliminary episode, which is essentially an introduction to the series, be sure to check it out, as we will be doing a small recap today. All right. Link will be in the description. And again, this is the video here if you have not had a chance to watch it. Throughout this series, I'll be doing my best to help you understand that everything about transhumanism and this new world order is tied to a certain people not made in Yahuwah's image, and them using transhumanism to achieve a state of so-called godhood. The fallen seed know of the power of melanin, and they believe it is the missing link to them achieving immortality. Transhumanism, or AI, is all about summoning the demon. Okay, that's what they call it. And the quest for the fallen seed to become like Alua. Now, how many of you guys remember when I talked about AI How many of y'all remember or ever seen that clip where Elon Musk was saying that, using AI or, AI is basically summoning the demon? How many of y'all remember that? Give me a 1 if you do. Because that's the straight up truth. This is connected to, fallen angel technology for sure. Let me see. Okay, let's see here. Ones. Okay, y'all do remember that. Okay. Yeah, he was saying the straight up truth, y'all, that it is summoning the demon. This is definitely connected to the fallen ones. And it's interesting that it's the white race that is helping to bring about this technology, the children of Lucifer. Okay. They are bringing about this technology. All right. Now, let me just show you this video here real quick from Elon Musk. And this is him talking about this summoning of the demon. Actually, hold on. Let me swap my audio real quick. Listen through my earphones. All right, here we go, y'all.
And hear it in their words.
Instead of typing with your finger or like moving the mouse or talking to your phone, you'll be able to interact with the computer with the speed of thought. It will make this interaction much faster and much more intuitive. The computers will understand what you want to do. And we can also expand that to AI. We can now build an interface with AI that you will be able to retrieve information, will be able to store our thoughts anywhere, anytime, privately inside.
Robots, not just the hand, the whole thing. So you could like basically mentally remote into an Optimus.
Bro, this dude looks like a freaking pig. Like, look at him, bro. He looked like a freaking turkey, or not a turkey, but but he looks like you know what I'm saying, like a skinless or featherless chicken. You know what I'm saying, like uncooked. Like if you really look at him, like he looks like a pig. Like dude got a pig face. Like I made a I did a post on Facebook and I was like, Yahusha said not to cast your pearls swine, and here y'all are over here arguing with people who look like swine. Just disgusting. I mean, just pasty, just man, just brother, All right, let's keep going.
Robot and here's Alex. We'll be able to do in the future, working with Neuralink and Tesla. Like we don't.
All right, well, I can't find that. Okay, right here. This is where it is.
There's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, sure. And the progress that the company's making will begin to understand a lot more about consciousness. And what does it mean to be? I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon.
There it is. With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon, y'all. Summoning the demon. Very, 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 very telling. All right. Now let's keep going. Just wanted to point that out real quick. Now, the thing about melanin is more than just pigment in the hair, the skin, the eyes, right? Melanin itself is the all or the Alua gene, and it connects us, melanated people, to Yahuwah. Okay? One thing you have to understand is melanin goes back to creation of the first man. Adam Rishon, the first man, the first one. That's Adam. Along with the animals also formed from Ha-Adamah, the ground. Okay? So you can't throw out the fact that melanin has everything to do with the very, very beginning of creation. So I'm going to show you guys this first video here that I did to kind of help explain this and illustrate this a little bit, because people just, they act like they stuck on stupid. So check this out. That melanin or what we're referring to when it comes to dark. Start over. Now, I've talked about this topic so many times, but when we're talking about melanin, you have to understand that melanin, or what we're referring to when it comes to dark pigment, melanin, all started with Adam. It started with creation. Now, let's look at the scriptures in Genesis, because we have to make sense of this, and I'm going to keep on presenting it until people
Please hit the like,
understand
y'all.
what the
Thank
heck
you.
I'm trying to show you. So let's look at Genesis 2 real quick. This is
Family, if you can, please hit the like button. Appreciate y'all so much. We got to get this truth out there. Please hit the like button, family. I promise it's going to be worth it.
Genesis 2, 7 through 8, and also verses 10 through 14. And all formed the man, Adam, of the dust of the earth, and breathed upon his face the breath of life, Ruach Chaim. And the man became a living soul. And Eluah planted a garden eastward in Eden, or Eden, and placed there Ha-Adam, or the man whom he had formed. And a river proceeds out of Eden to water the garden. Thence it divides itself into 4 heads. The name of the one, Phashan. This is it which encircles the whole land of Avilat, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good, and there's also carbuncle and emerald. And the name of the second river is Gasan, and this is it which encircles the whole land of Ethiopia. So we're talking about sub-Saharan Africa here. So let's just take a quick look. As you can see, these elephants in the background, they like to swim in this dirt and in this mud, okay? Red elephants. Now let's just look at this dirt from sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, you see this red textured dirt. Now let's look at a black man and see if we have a match. Now let's put this next to a white man, and you tell me you think this is talking about the same thing. Melanin started with the first man. And that's what these Caucasians never like to talk about. Melanin. But we're going to get deeper into that. Let's keep going. Now, just in case you don't believe that the first man was a black man, how about I let these Caucasians tell you the dang truth? Because people don't listen to me when it's me, a black man, talking. People don't want to hear it. But maybe when these Caucasians say it, you'll listen.
Now Frank Bender can show us what he might have looked like. His goal is not just to sculpt Adam, to reveal his personality.
I tried to get into his head just like I would a fugitive. Intuition is the binder between art and science. It's the part that pulls it all together and gives it that life, that spark. I picture him very much alive and with a lot of the basic feelings that we have today. Confidence one point, insecurity at another.
Finally, Wells comes face to face with the man he's been searching for. A new portrait of the common ancestor of every man today. Adam. Without the skull, we can't know for sure what Adam looked like. But a combination of genetic evidence, Bender's forensic skills, and cutting-edge computer software suggest he looked something like this. Thousands of years after the Bible, and hundreds of years after Michelangelo, we have a whole new face for Adam.
I like the expression. He's got a very forceful look. He's intent on something, maybe taking over the world. You begin to get perhaps an insight into why these guys won out and why this guy's our ancestor.
So y'all saw that, man. Adam, okay? A black man, all right? A black Man was formed from that red sub-Saharan African dirt, that rich melanin tone. You feel me? And that black woman, Kua, and Kua means giver of life. Okay? The mother of all Adamic peoples was a black woman that came from a black man. There's no way to cut it. That's why the black woman got the mitochondrial DNA and the Kua gene, or what some people call the Eve gene. This is why our genes are dominant. This is exactly why when most things that people think about when they even think about American culture is not white stuff. It's all black stuff. It is everything that we make, that we create. We are the most marvelous, most beautiful people. And listen, I'm not saying this to brag, but damn it, anybody will tell you that. Everything that people think about American culture is black. Michael Jackson. Come on, y'all. Jackson 5, Motown. The Sounds of Soul, The Temptations, Sam Cooke. I mean, bro, I could really go down the list for real. The greatest of the great, Whitney Houston, Diana Ross, Luther Vandross, Brian McKnight, even though he done did a whole delineation. But anyway, I'm just calling out the great Teddy Pendergrass. I could go down the whole list with the soul singers. Y'all know I love me some soul music. You feel me? All praises. But the greats of the greats. That all goes back to Ha-Adamah, and that is the ground, the connection that we have to the Creator. Because you can't sit here and tell me that Yahuwah did not create melanin. Of course he did. Animals have melanin, pheomelanin. We have eumelanin, a protective layer of the skin that prevents us from burning in the sun. This is why we do not get skin cancer. This is why we don't need sunscreen. This is why we ain't got to sit there and mix these chemicals into our skin. And now white people are starting to come out talking about suing these dang SPF companies because they over here getting all types of sicknesses and all type of stuff. They were not made to dwell in the sub-Saharan sun. Let's just say Adam never sinned. Let's just say he never sinned. He never did. Kua did not eat of the tree. He did not eat of the tree. Let's just say they never did that. Let's just say that never happened. Let's just a hypothetical, quick hypothetical family. Let's just say that never happened. That means that all mankind, or man, those who descend from Adam, were meant to dwell in sub-Saharan Africa. That's where the garden was. That's where Yahuwah placed it. So that means that originally Yahuwah's intention was for only black people to be in paradise. That's the way it originally was. That is what his intention was. So miss me with this foolishness about white people coming from Adam. They don't. And I'm going to prove it today. These people are mutants, and science proves it. Their own white scientists will tell you this. All right. And we'll get to a little bit of that so you can kind of see for yourself. Let's keep going. All right. Because there's more. There's so much more. All right. So let's go to this. Now, as I said, melanin goes back to creation, family. It goes back to creation, and you cannot factor that out when we're talking about this. Now, in our last episode, we talked about albinism and melanism. Now, first, let's talk about albinism first, okay? That's what most people are familiar with. So, what is albinism? Albinism is the state of being in which someone is an albino, okay? Now, albinism is a lack of pigmentation in the skin, hair, and eyes. And according to the dictionary definition, it describes it as a human being who is congenitally deficient in pigment and usually has milky or translucent skin, white or colorless hair, and eyes with pink or blue iris and deep red pupil. And when you really read this, it really perfectly actually describes Noah. And this is why his hair stayed white. Okay, we talked about that in the writings of Abraham. It talks about how he was born an albino, as we've been saying for a while, but it's confirmed that, you know, his melanin was restored when he was circumcised on the 8th day, but his hair stayed white. So that's just more confirmation he was an albino. Obviously a Negro if he had woolly hair. Just saying. But he was born albino, because albinism is something you're born with. It's not like what you think of as depigmentation or Zara-off, where a person, you know, can lose their melanin. Somebody's born albino. They don't become albino. It doesn't intensify as they get older. They're born albino. But just because they're albino doesn't mean that they're not Negro, nor does it mean that they cannot have children and those children end up black. It's happened. You've had 2 black people have one child that's black, one child or darker skin. Then you've had, you know, one child that's albino. It's definitely possible. It's a recessive gene, but that doesn't mean it'll be passed down through generations. It's kind of like a monopoly on the DNA and the genes. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be honest, it's like if that recessive gene somehow is through the bloodline, then it can definitely be passed down. And in my research, I've learned that even when it comes to genes, sometimes they don't have to show up right away in the 1st or 3rd or 4th generation. Sometimes they can show up 8 or 9 generations down. You know, and this is why I say Yahuwah will cleanse our blood no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, we all need healing. You know what I'm saying? There's just been so much that's happened over time, over centuries, and, you know, through slavery and our experiences through captivity. There's just been so much that's taken place. And that's why sometimes, you know, these type of recessive genes can show up in our people, even because of certain types of intermixing, slavery, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? But Yahuwah, he will make us whole. So all praises to the highest for that. But a person being an albino is not, you know, sick, or, you know, they're normal, healthy people for the most part. They just have a sensitivity to sunlight. You know what I mean? But there's people who are models who are albinos, you know, so they have a pale complexion, they lack pigmentation, but they're still healthy people nonetheless. All right. So, you know, I wanted to be respectful, because I know there are people who are albino, and, you know, I know sometimes albinos can be mistreated in certain places. And, you know, this is not to attack anybody who's albino. I just want to be clear when I'm talking and discussing these things, because I don't want people to take offense to something and think that I'm like bashing albinos or anything like that. Okay. So let's keep going. Now, albinism itself, it can also be found in any race. Okay. Albinism can affect all races. Let me say it to you again. Albinism, family, can affect all races: white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Pakistani. I've showed you Pakistanians before. And if you look at a pale Pakistani or Pakistani with albinism, they look like a white man. Matter of fact, here, give me a 1 if y'all want me to show y'all that, because I know some people may not know all this. All right. Give me a 1 if y'all want me to show that real quick. We got a lot to get into. I'm an hour in. All right. I think this is probably going to be maybe like a 3-hour show. So, you know, we're going to keep it pushing, but just give me a 1, because I don't want to get too sidetracked with stuff, but I do like to show examples of what I'm talking about. I'll show y'all. I've shown it before, but I have no problem showing you again. Give me a second, y'all. Let me pull it up. Whenever something's on the fly, I will have it ready, so y'all got to bear with me, okay? All right, hold on. Even when you look at like people in India that have albinism, they look like white people. They literally look like white people. Like, and that's why I say this is what I mean when I'm talking about a people who are not created by the Most High. All right, and it'll make more sense when I go through it. So look, let me show you this. For those who don't know, this is going to blow your mind, okay? So please subscribe. And I see a lot of people are subscribing. So praise Yahuwah for everybody to subscribe. Appreciate y'all. Listen, this channel, we pro-black. We for our people. You know what I'm saying? We pro, you know what I'm saying? The Adamic people, melanated people. You know what I'm saying? We for all the Adamic race. You know what I'm saying? All the people, the original melanated people made in the image of the highest. You feel me? So all praises. All right. So look, let me show you this. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna show you this real quick. So look. These are Pakistani people here. Let me make this bigger. No, Diddy. These are Pakistani people, family. Okay. Like this boy right here is Pakistani. Okay. With albinism. See, Pakistan, albinism. But he looks like he's white. He looks like a normal white child that you will see out there. Okay. Here's another one. All right. This is a girl from India, family. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this bigger. No, Diddy. You got to get a better look at that. You feel me? Okay. This is actually a really good website. Okay. Let's talk about the Adamic race for a second here. These are Indian people. Okay. You see that rich melanin, melanin in that skin? I would say these people are Adamic. Okay. They are Adamic. When you see that rich melanin tone, they are definitely Adamic. All right. So that's what I'm trying to get people to say. And it's not so much a skin color thing, but it goes back to creation. Okay. Now let's look at some more of this. All right. So these are the Dravidians. So these are like the people of like South India. If you look at his dark eyes, that dark brown pigment in his eyes, this man is definitely Adamic. He has that darker brown pigment in his eyes, but you see his hair is kind of, he has like the straight hair. And you do have some of these people who have like a more straighter hair texture, which is also a mutation, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But you can see the darker brown pigment in the eyes, and the pigment, or the melanin, it affects the hair, the skin, and the eyes. You feel what I'm saying? So you can see the darker brown color. Look at her. You see how much darker she is. Now, she looked like she probably has melanism. And we're going to talk a little bit about melanism in a second. But she looks like she has melanism because you can see how much darker her skin is, but still Adamic. All right? Still Adamic. Okay? You can see she's much darker, right? But this is a full healthy. She has very, very healthy melanin production in her skin. Very, very healthy melanocytes, which is the receptors in your body that stimulate melanin production. All right. So you can tell how healthy somebody is by how, their skin is looking in truth. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going. This is another Dravidian. Okay, look at that. Dark skin. But this is the image they show you. And this is just a result of the colonization by the Spanish and some of the other, the conquistadors and some of these other European powers that, violated these women and created these women here. Okay, which is why you have the lighter tone compared to this more darker, rich melanin tone. So this woman's obviously mixed. And there was another one I wanted to, okay, actually. Yeah, let's keep going. All right, now look at this. These are 3 Indian children. Well, actually 4 Indian children. But this child here has albinism, family. This child is not a white child, family. This is a Indian Dravidian child like these ones with albinism. Okay? Now, albinism is a mutation. So if there are people who are born with this mutation, not because they come from a melanated people, this tells you that they are mutants in a sense. And we're going to get a little deeper into that because that's going to make a little bit more sense. But yeah, we'll get to that. We'll look at a little bit more, but I don't want to get too sidetracked. I just wanted to show y'all what I'm talking about. All right. Now, here's another one. This is a bunch of, let's see, I believe these are Dravidian Indians. These are people from India. Look at that. All with albinism. And you got a regular looking one right here. But look at all of them. Look. with red hair. Huh? Y'all know about the Nephilim giants and the red hair. Yo, crazy work, family. Crazy work. Please hit the like button, bro. Y'all ain't gonna get it nowhere else but here, bro. Just saying. All right, look, you got some more Adamic people, okay? And you can see this is more like Ethiopian. Look at that, black. Healthy Adamic skin. This man is Adamic. Look at that dark brown pigment in his eyes. Adamic. Okay? Adamic. And like I said, you can have two black, you know what I'm saying, people, a black man and a black woman. They got two beautiful melanated children, but they also have an albino child. Look at that. Okay? This is why I'm saying the black woman is special. Is very, very special. Very, very, very special and important to a black man. Listen to me. The black woman is very, very special and important to the black man. And the black man is very special and very important to the black woman. It goes both ways, y'all. We need each other. Straight up. But this is the beauty of black genetics, family. This is the beauty of it all. And right here you have I don't know, she's black. I think her two children here are mixed, but look at that. Also, 3 albino children. So even though she's a darker skinned woman, you know, definitely with the mixing and stuff like that, you know, these recessive genes can also be inherited, you know what I'm saying, through that way as well. You know, maybe the father probably may have carried a recessive gene, or, you know, or maybe he wasn't black himself. And so that's why you have these like kind of biracial looking children. And then you see these children here who are also biracial, but with albinism. And this is why I say don't mix, family. Please stop. Oh, please stop. Family, please stop mixing. I'm begging you. Please stop. Gene says those Adamic people from Sudan and Ethiopia do not consider themselves blacks like Tyler lately. Well, you know, you got to understand that they've been presented a colonial narrative. They've been considered a colonial narrative about the Bible, about everything. The dark-skinned people from Sudan, they are Adamic. 100%. 100%. But we're going to get a little bit into that later. Royal says, in Nigeria, the Yoruba people consider albinos spiritually powerful. That's very interesting, sis, because in certain places in Africa, some albinos are considered unclean. You know what I'm saying? And they're shunned in society. They're treated really, really bad. Some of them are hunted and killed. It's really, really bad. That's why I have to be very, very special. I have to be very practical when I'm talking about albinos, because I don't want albinos to take offense, because they already deal with enough as it is being albinos, and it's not their fault. You know what I'm saying? So I have to be respectful when we're talking about them. But yeah. All right, y'all. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going because there's so much more. We'll scroll a little bit more and we'll keep going. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but I just like showing you guys this stuff. Okay, look at this. All right. This looks like maybe some guy from like Eurasia, East Asia, possibly. Indonesian. Okay, so you have an Indonesian couple here, and look at that. 3 albino children. Okay, and they look white. Now, these ones are a little bit more pale, right? But when you looked at the one that I showed you that was in India with the 3 Indian girls, she was more pink. So, you know, albinism in a certain extent can vary, all right, as far as how it looks. Look at this. An albino. If you looked at this, you would probably think it's white. But this is what I think of when I think of like the idea of like the fallen angels and you know, all of that other stuff, like, and how, you know, Noah's father might have felt when he saw these fallen angels, or when he saw, you know, what was going on in the days of Jared, and his reaction to Noah being a child with white hair, white woolly hair, and then also, you know what I'm saying, being really, really pale like this. Because if he knew that the child, or if he thought, Methuselah, if he thought that the child was from the fallen angels, that means that he's seen children being born from these fallen angels that were pale. And as they grew up, they continued to maintain that pale skin complexion. So it puts some things, it definitely puts some things in context when you really read the scriptures. Enoch 105, Enoch 106. It definitely makes sense why he was so scared and uncomfortable, right? All right, we're going to continue on here. These are more examples of this. Wow, look at that. He looks just like it. Now this one here, he's not as pale as this one is. And you can see, looks like a normal white child. And we're going to talk about black people with blue eyes, because this is also something we're going to talk about with the gene and the mutations and things of that nature. I got a whole segment on that, so we'll get to that for sure tonight. So just make sure y'all got time, bro, because this is going to be so deep. Okay, fam, we're going to stop there. Just wanted to show y'all that, all right? This is going to get so deep, so let's keep going, y'all, all right? So you understand what albinism is. I just showed you some examples. Now, I am also going to show you a quick example. This is from my video or my documentary, The Curse of Canaan. Shout out to everybody who saw that. This is just me explaining albinism very quickly, because as I said, animals can get albinism, plants can get albinism, humans can get albinism. It is a gene that causes this mutation where, you know, there's a lack of melanin production. And so it causes the pale skin, you know, the white hair and so on and so forth, and more of like the pale kind of ghostly appearance. And I'm going to show you some examples of animals and plants that have this. So let me show you this real quick. Due to inherited genes, essentially a recessive trait. It affects skin, hair, eyes, often leading to a very light or white pigmentation. People with albinism are born with it and do not develop pigmentation later in life. It does not spread or worsen over time like a disease. So a person born with albinism does not necessarily mean that they have leprosy, because leprosy, a person can be born completely dark-skinned and then develop leprosy over time, versus a person who has albinism could just be, they could come from two black parents, two Negro parents, and be born with albinism. So it's not the same thing as leprosy. Albinism is also present in the animal community. Albinism in animals is a genetic condition where an animal lacks melanin, the pigment responsible for coloration in skin, hair, scales, and eyes. This condition results in white or very pale colored animals with pink or red eyes due to the absence of pigment. Causes of albinism. Caused by a mutation in genes that control melanin production. A recessive trait. Both parents must carry the albinism gene for offspring to inherit it, and it affects mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and fish. Characteristics of albino animals: white or pale fur, skin, or scales, red or pink eyes, poor eyesight due to a lack of pigmentation in the retina, higher sensitivity to sunlight, UV rays, more prone to sunburn and vision problems, weaker survival rates in the wild, easier for predators to spot. Examples of albino animals would be albino deer, squirrels, tigers, dolphins, gorillas, reptiles, albino snakes, alligators, turtles, lizards, birds, peacocks, pigeons, owls, robins, fish, albino catfish, goldfish, trout, amphibians, albino frogs, and salamanders. So as we can see, the Most High, Yahuwah, creator of all things, he created all things to have some sort of melanin. And the lack of melanin leads to albinism. The lack of pigmentation leads to albinism. So we know definitively that melanin is a creation of the Most High Yahuwah. Melanin comes from the highest. Melanin is a divine creation by Yahuwah. So far we can see that you have melanin in humans, animals, but also plants. Here are some videos of plants with albinism. Now, let's just briefly go through that real quick. So, since albino plants cannot photosynthesize, they typically die early unless they can get nutrients in another way. Albinism in plants happens due to genetic mutations that prevent them from producing chlorophyll, the pigment responsible for absorbing sunlight for photosynthesis, giving plants their green color, and producing energy for survival. These plants lack all chlorophyll and cannot make their own food. Some plants have patchy albinism, meaning only part of their leaves lack chlorophyll. These plants can survive because they still have some green areas to photosynthesize. Now that we understand albinism is a recessive gene at birth and is a lack of pigmentation in the skin that affects all people, we also need to make it clear any type of people can have albinism, not just darker skinned people. And let me show you a few examples before we continue. All right, y'all. So just a little bit of you know what I'm saying, a little bit of history right there. Zadok, what's up, Aki? Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, I love that beat. One of my favorite beats. I had chopped it up, you know what I'm saying? Like when I was like making a song and I was just like, you know what, this would be perfect for like my videos. This beat. I love it so much I don't even want to rap on it. I just want to just like vibe out to it. So yeah, love that beat. But yeah, man. So you know, it is a recessive gene and it can be passed down from animals to humans to, you know what I'm saying, plants. All right. So again, melanin goes back to creation, family. There's no way to separate it. There's no way to sidestep that. All right. Now let's keep going. All right. So now we're going to talk about the opposite of melanism or albinism, Salaki. And that's melanism. Melanism is the opposite. It is excess amounts of eumelanin in the skin, hair, and eyes. So the dictionary defines melanism as a increased amount of black or nearly black pigmentation as of skin, feathers, or hair, or of an individual or kind of organism. Okay. The second definition says intense human pigmentation of the skin, eyes, and hair. Okay. Now, if I were to illustrate this, let me just show you some animals with this as we looked at some of these beautiful creatures. We were having a ball in the first episode because we were just like looking all these beautiful animals with this melanism. But let me just show you, family, how beautiful these creatures are, man. It's just praise Yahuwah, man. I like these melanistic animals, you know what I'm saying? So here you have you have a tiger in the upper left corner. In the middle, you have a coyote or a wolf. Yeah, a wolf with melanism. And then on the far right at the top, you have a jaguar with this melanin. Now look at how it gives it a nice, beautiful, beautiful coat, family. It is a gorgeous coat on this animal here. Let me make this bigger. There we go. Look at that beautiful, beautiful black blend with those jaguar stripes. That's so lit. And then you got this wolf here in the bottom left corner. And in the middle, you have a rooster. A rooster, but family, look at those feathers with that black blend. It's like it's almost like a purplish, bluish, you know what I'm saying, kind of hue to it. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Bro, praise Yahuwah. Praise him. Praise Yahuwah, homie. Praise the highest Yahuwah. Praise the highest. Wow. Yeah, the rooster is beautiful. Beautiful. And then here on the far right, you have a serpent or a snake. Man. Wow, family. I love our Father so much. He is so amazing, family. He's so amazing. All right, I'm going to show you guys some more examples of animals with this. This one's really beautiful. This is a butterfly. Hold on. I got to prepare you for it. This is a butterfly. Now, we're going to do like we did in the first episode. I just want you to imagine in your mind before I show you. Okay? I want you to imagine. Try. I know you're trying to conceptualize it, but just before I show you, just try to imagine in your mind what a black butterfly, all black butterfly. You saw the rooster already. So just try to imagine it before I show you. Okay? All right. Okay. Here we go. Y'all ready? Hold on. Give me a one. Give me a like. Give me a one. Give me a like. If you give me a one, you got to give me a like. If you give me a one, that's how we do things over here. Okay? That's how we going to do it. Moderators, let them know. If you're going to give me a one, give me a like. If you don't give me a one, give me a like. If you're going to give me a one, give me a like. You feel me? Okay. All right. I see ones. Yanatha, what's up, sis? Shabbat shalom. All right. Here we go. This one's beautiful. Beautiful. All right, y'all ready? Here we go. Family! Look at this creature. Oh, praise Yahuwah. Oh, praise the Most High. Oh, Father, there is no one like you. Oh, praise the name of Yahuwah. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Family, do you see the glitter? Oh, who is like Yahuwah? There's no one like him. There is no one like our Alua family. This is why I'm so on fire for him. Wow. Oh, Father, we give thanks for all creation. Habara, the Creator. Habara, Ha'arats. Oh, praise the Most High. Hallelujah. Man. I'm laughing at Dark Kid. He said, look at that nasty hand, though, right? But boy, wow. Whew. Man, our Father is amazing, man. He is amazing. All right, let's do another one. Y'all ready for the next one? All right. The next one I'm going to show you guys is a giraffe. I'm going to give you a minute to process that. And I'm going to do a poll in a little bit. So everybody that's in the chat, we're going to be doing a poll, for everybody that's watching. I want everybody to vote in the poll if you're enjoying the stream. Okay. It really helps with the engagement for this channel if you really like what you're seeing. All right. Here comes the giraffe, family. Wow. Look at that. And you know what's so interesting? A lot of these melanistic animals are mostly found in Africa. Now, that's not to say that there's not animals all around the world that have this, but a lot of the ones you find with this specifically are mostly found in Africa. That's a beautiful giraffe, y'all. Look at that melanin, man, that melanin. Wow. All right, we're going to do a few more animals. Because I know y'all enjoying this. All right, let's see. What's the next one? Okay, I'm going to show you another shot of this rooster. The melanist, or that's actually Salaki. It was not a rooster, it's a chicken. All right, I'm going to give you another shot because I know y'all really like that chicken. So let me show you again. Whoa, look at that close. Hold on. Let me make this bigger. No diddy. Family, look at this. Wow. It just gives you a little bit better view of this chicken close up. A metallic. Yeah, it's that's exactly what I would use to describe it, sis. It's a very metallic gloss to the feathers and the coat. Kind of like a if I were to describe it, I say it's kind of like a pinkish, purplish, bluish, metallic tinge to it. All black, everything. For real, sis. All praises to Yahuwah, man. And as I said in the first episode, I personally enjoy these melanistic animals. You know what I'm saying? I think they're beautiful, they're gorgeous, and the melanin, the increase of the eumelanin really, really helps them stand out in such a beautiful, beautiful way. Black really is beautiful. It really, really is. It really, really is. Straight up Sheen. What's up, sis? Shabbat shalom. Yes, definitely Sheen. Wow. That is, man. Now, give me a 1 if you were here last episode, because I have to show people this tiger again and that fox. If you didn't see it, you're in for a treat, because this was just amazing. We all loved it. If you like these melanistic animals, you're going to definitely like the ones I'm going to show you next. But if you were not here, if you were here last week, give me a 1. If you were not here last week, give me a 2 in regards to the preliminary episode. Most of y'all were, but I know some people weren't because I see a lot of new faces in here. Shout out to y'all. And yeah. Okay, let's see. All right. So I'm assuming the people who gave a 2 or who gave a 1. Okay. Let me be clear. Let's start over. Okay, let's screw that poll. Let's start over. Okay. Let's do it with emojis. It's better that way. Give me a 100 emoji if you saw the preliminary episode. Even if you weren't here for the actual live, but you saw it. Give me a give me a lamb emoji. Give me a lamb emoji if you didn't see it at all. You did not see the preliminary episode at all. You weren't at the live and you didn't see it at all. Okay? So a lamb emoji or sheep or whatever you got if you didn't see it at all, weren't at the live, and a fire and a I'm sorry, I'm moving so fast. Give me 100 emoji if you were here and you saw it. We'll just go with that. So 100 emoji if you saw it, sheep or lamb emoji if you did not. Okay, 100 emoji. Okay, so a good chunk of y'all saw it. Okay, all praises to the Most High. Okay, 100. Idia, Shabbat shalom, sister. 100. Okay, yeah, a good chunk of us were here. Okay, all praises. Y'all be showing up and showing out. All praises to the highest. All right, so sheep. All right, sheep. We got some lost sheep. I got to show them the way. All right, sheep. Oh, a good chunk of y'all didn't see it. Okay, fair enough. All right. But you didn't see it. Shabbat shalom. Okay, cool. Well, that's why it's always good for me, bro. It's always good for me when people don't see stuff, because then it's just a perfect reason for me to show you. So here we go. Let me show y'all this first one. All right. Okay, so let's make this fun. Let's make this real interactive and fun. So we're gonna do a poll here. All right. We're gonna do a poll on what animal you want to see next. All right. And like I said, get comfortable. We gonna be here for a while. I'm probably gonna be done like 11:30, maybe 12. So just chill with us. You know what I'm saying? Just chill with it, though. Cause everything you're gonna learn today is gonna be so fire. I promise you that. I promise you.
All right, let's see. Let me just go over here to my chat, and I'm gonna put a poll in right now for the animals that I'm gonna be showing next. And these are gonna be some of these more melanistic animals. All right, so let me go ahead and put the poll in here. Okay. That's weird. I can't even put the poll in right now. Hold on, let me refresh. Normally I can just go to the chat and put it in, but I don't think I can right now for some reason. YouTube is playing them funny games. Please hit the like if you haven't. Yeah, I cannot put the poll in. Oh my gosh, that's all bad, bruh. That's all bad. Wait, hold on. Hold on, y'all. I know what it is. No. I got it. I know what I did wrong. I was signed into a different account. Hold on. Let me switch it to mine. Then I could put it in. Okay, there we go. Yada, Yahuwah. Yada, yada, Yahuwah. Okay, wonderful. Okay. All right, so we're going to do a poll here. And I'm going to give you an option about what animal or what you want to see. So first, which melanistic, let me move my mic closer. Which melanistic animal next? All right. So next we have the red fox. We have, and don't worry, I'm going to post it in here so you can, you know what I'm saying, you can vote on it. We have the red fox. We have the alligator. And then we have the tiger. All right, fam. Go ahead and lock in for me. I just posted it in the chat. I'm going to give y'all a second to lock in your answers, and we will check it in a second. And the animals I'm listing are just the ones that I have currently. All right. Go ahead and lock in y'all answers, man. Let me see. All right, I see y'all going. We definitely going. 28 votes so far. All right, now come on now. We got a lot of people in here, y'all. Come on, man. It's an interactive chat. That's why my streams be so lit, bro, because we be having such a good time laughing together, sharing information and all of that. So, you know what I'm saying? It's a family for real over here. All praises to the highest. So come on, y'all. Tap in with me. Tap in with me. Tap in. All praises to the highest. Okay. All right, I'm gonna check it in a few seconds here. Matter of fact, here, let's do a countdown, y'all. So I'm gonna have y'all lock in y'all little your answers, and then I'm gonna do a countdown on it. And then when a countdown go down, then you know what I'm saying, we're gonna check and see what it is. All right, so 30-second countdown. Let's go. Lock in, family. Lock in. 6 more seconds. Come on. Lock in. All right. Okay. All right. Poll is now going to be stopped and closed, and we're going to look at what we got. All right. 46 votes total. Okay. Let's see what we have here. All right. So according to this poll here, it looks like, okay, so I see tigers 39%, tiger was 39%, alligator 35%, and red fox was 25%. Okay, so we're going to do the tiger first. All right, all praises. And then we'll do the next two. So let me go ahead and pull that one up here for y'all. Yeah, the tiger. Listen, if you wanted the tiger, you definitely chose the right one, because this tiger is fire. This tiger is fire. Y'all ready? Okay, here we go. This is the tiger. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me remove one of these. All right.
Here we go. The tiger. Tiger man. Here we go. Let me remove this. Oh, hold on. It's not pulling up. Wait. Let me delete some of these files I got on this thing. I don't know why that didn't load up. Hang on, y'all. Having some technical issues at the moment here. I got so many videos pulled up right now. Let me remove some of these. Yeah, I've got like heck of videos right now. Hecka videos. Okay, let's do it one more time. Sorry about that, y'all. I didn't realize I had so many videos up like right now. Okay. All right, here we go. Look at that. Woo! Boy, look at that tiger, y'all. Bro, that tiger family. Look at this buff tiger. Look how, bro, he walking around like he roaming. Like he walking around like he the king of the jungle. He ain't even a lion, right? He ain't even a lion, but he walk like he a lion, no. And look how big he is. And I was thinking to myself, like, what if these animals with this increased, this increased, you know what I'm saying, melanin production, you know what I'm saying, gives them some sort of extra strength, you know what I'm saying, or agility, or makes them more bigger. You know what I'm saying? Because none of these animals with this melanism look like they're not well or they're not together. Like this tiger, bro, this tiger right here, Tony the tiger ain't got nothing on him. Okay? Tony the tiger ain't got nothing on him, bro. Okay? This tiger right here look like he gonna jack you for your frosted flakes. I'm just saying, bro. He look like he about to jack your frosted flakes. He about to snatch them and be all like, yeah, they great. Yeah, they great, boy. Yeah, they great. Come at me, bro. Yeah, they great. Hold on. Let's do that one more again, y'all. This tiger is fire, bro. One more time. Man. Whoo. Clean, bro. Clean. Wow. And you know, the black, it really looks so good with the stripes. You know what I'm saying? It looks so good with the stripes. You feel what I'm saying? It's clean. It is clean, bro. It is clean. Yada Yahuwah, all praises to the Most High Creator of everything, including these beautiful, beautiful melanistic animals. Imagine that running at you at full speed. Bro, it's over. Hopefully I have time to get my prayers into Yahuwah, man, because it's a wrap. And I guarantee you, listen, you talking about running at you, something tells me this animal is fast. Something about me, bro. Something inside of me just tells me that this animal is fast. He's big, but guaranteed he's probably very, very fast. I can just see him running like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a track athlete, like Jesse Owens, like in Berlin, Germany, just Jesse Owens, Reggie Bush with it. You know what I'm saying? Hopping over savannas, you know what I'm saying? Hopping all over, you know what I'm saying? Different countries, hopping over, you know, the gates and all of that, hopping over houses, hopping over rooftops. You know what I'm saying? Doing the Reggie Bush run for real. Reggie Bush with it though. All praises to the highest, man. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a beautiful creature. Okay, fam. All right. So I don't want to spend too much time doing melanistic animals right now because we still have a lot more to get into. So I'm going to do one more poll for the next animals I'm going to show because we got to move on, fam. There's still so much more. Okay. But if y'all want more videos, okay, just Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all want me to do a video showing you these different melanistic animals. I'll do it if y'all want that. It's just I don't want to spend too much time on it because we got so much more to talk about. And I don't want to get too distracted having fun with y'all. So just give me a 1 if y'all want that, and I'll definitely do an episode on that. Because it'd be good for this series and then just in general. Somebody put a 1. Okay. Y'all want that? Okay, I got you. Yeah, there's so many other melanistic animals, so I'll definitely do more. And that'd be good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Doing a series on Yahuwah's creation. Yeah, that was fire. All praises. He just gave me that. Okay, look. I need to do a series on the creation of Yahuwah. Can't talk about Yahuwah without everything he created, right? I mean, he expects us to acknowledge him as the creator of all things. So that would be a fire series. There's animals you've never seen before that are real that will blow your mind. So a series on Yahuwah's creation. And we can do like plants. We can do like a plant series, an animal series. We could go deep with this. That's a fire. All praises to Yahuwah, man, for that idea. Just I got it right here with y'all. So all praises. Series about Yahuwah's creation. Plants. Animals. Okay, I'll definitely get y'all on that, bro, because I love everything about the highest and everything he made. So that is an amazing idea. So we will definitely do that. All praises to the highest. Okay. Yekcyr, I'd love you to contemplate which animals are not Yahuwah's. So there's actually one animal that is not, that is mentioned in scripture, and that is the mule. Okay? The mule. That is not a creation of the Most High. It says it in writings of Abraham that something about they blended it and made it, and it wasn't appointed by Yahuwah. I have to go back and find it, but yeah, the mule is one of them. And like I said, I think there are creatures that are here that are not created by him. For example, one of the main ones I think is definitely not made by him is the platypus. It's a mammal, or a furry creature that's not considered a mammal, but it lays eggs, but it has fur like a mammal. Reptiles lay eggs, and it's like it has these different characteristics. It has like a duck bill, but then it's just weird. It's like a hybrid. It seems to me like it's a hybrid, and I think that's an example of that. I think that is an example of hybridization. It's always the white man that does these things. That's why Yahushua said it'll be as in the days of Noah. The octopus, no, I think Yahuwah created the octopus. I definitely think he created the octopus, But yeah, the platypus, I do not believe the platypus was created by Yahuwah. I believe it is a hybrid. It is a mutant. It is an example of the fallen angels and what was done back then. But yeah. All right, y'all. So we looked at the tiger. Now I'm going to do one more poll here, and it's going to either be the red fox or the alligator. And then we're going to move on to the next thing because I don't want to spend too much time on this. All right. So two options. Let me type it in. All right. Which melanistic animal next? Then we have the red fox and the alligator. All right. Lock in. And I'm gonna give you a little time on this one because you really need to choose wisely on this one. Because I'm not gonna show you the other one. You know what I'm saying? So you got to choose wisely on this. So because you need to choose wisely on it, I'm gonna give you a minute to lock in. All right. So get ready to lock in. All right. 1 minute, 60 seconds. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. $47 seconds. Come on, y'all. Lock in. Uh-oh. It's at a tie right now. Come on, y'all. Lock in. We got 28 votes. Lock in. 29 seconds. Come on, y'all. Lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in. 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. Poll is done. Poll is closed. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. All right, let's look at these results here. I'm really hoping y'all chose wisely on this because, ooh, boy. What? Bro, it's a tie? Come on, y'all. Oh, my gosh. That's hilarious, bro. A freaking tie, bro. Bro, y'all messed up for that, man. Okay, you know what? I'll just show you both of them. I know it's a hard decision. Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just show both. It's cool. Y'all funny as heck, bro. Oh man, y'all funny as heck, man. All right, man. So let's do the alligator first. This is an alligator with the melanism. Beautiful creature. Even the eyes are like pitch black, but very, very, very beautiful creature here. Very, very gorgeous looking. Beautiful color to it. You know what I'm saying? Just all that. You know what I'm saying? Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful creature. All right. Let me show y'all some more. I got a few more images of the alligator, and then I'm going to show you the red fox. All right. Let me show you another one. This is another crocodile with the melanism. And I was saying this in the first episode or the preliminary episode, but that black finish on that tail is just flawless, y'all. You know, it seems to me like the melanism in the animal makes its features stand out so much more. The melanism, just like when you think about that chicken, with that melanism blend, and you see kind of like that purple and that reflective kind of gloss or shine to it, I feel like the melanin and the eumelanin, it accentuates the features of these animals. It accentuates it. It just really, really accentuates it, and it makes it stand out, and it maximizes it. And you can really see the detail so much more clearly when it's darker. That's so beautiful, man. Yeah. The melanin, yeah, the melanism, it makes the features definitely pop out for sure. Definitely does. All right, let's do one more, and then we'll move on to the fox. All right, so, and here's another one for you. Look at that one. He's just chilling in the sun. Just chilling in the sun. Just cooling, right? He ain't got to worry about being in the water too much. I mean, with that melanin, bro, he just chilling in the sun. He ain't going nowhere no time soon, bro. Poppy collar. Yeah. Straight up. All right, now. So I have to be honest with y'all. I was really hoping that the red fox would win. And everybody who watched the last episode, y'all know why. This is the most beautiful melanistic animal I have ever seen in my life. And there's all these animals with this melanism are beautiful. But this creature, this one, is just majestic. Absolutely majestic. So the way I'm describing it, you're going to see why I really wanted y'all to choose that. We could have skipped the alligator. Yeah, the alligator is beautiful. All these melanistic animals are beautiful, but this creature is just different, exotic. All right, so here we go. This one hands down is the best one. If you agree, this is the most beautiful one. Drop a fire emoji because that's what this creature looks like. Here we go. All right, I'm going to remove the alligator and I'm going to show you this beautiful melanistic red fox. Look at that. Oh, Father in heaven, praise your Kadash name. Look at that. Gorgeous, gorgeous creature. Touched by the hands of the highest. Yeah, y'all loving this one. It's beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Wow. Love it. Man. Hezekiah says the fox is the best one. Yes, sir. Shabbat shalom, young Yahudi. It is my favorite. It is my favorite too. It's Ash. Yeah, I call him Ash. You know what I'm saying? For those who don't know the tongue, Ash means fire in Abari. But yeah, I would call him Ash. Come here, Ash. Little Ash. Oh, no. I'm feeding Ash right now. I'm feeding fire right now. Bro, that's so fire. Bro, that's Ash. That's Ash. You feel me? Ashad Ash. That's so fire, bro. But I'd be like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna go take Ash out for a walk right now. You know what I'm saying? Finna take out Ash. You know what I'm saying? That's fire, bro. Like I said, if there was one animal that I would want to have, it would definitely be this. The fox with the melanism. I've always liked foxes, like in general, but when I saw this melanistic fox, I was like, bro, I have to have this. But see, you know, foxes, they're not the type of animals you can keep in the house. They're definitely not indoor animals. If you were to be able to get a fox, you would have to have a big old backyard where they can run around and just be. They are not indoor creatures at all. They will tear your place up. They will tear your place up, bro. Never ever get a fox and bring it in your house. Keep him outside. Give him space to run around. You feed him. He might be gone. You know what I'm saying? Doing whatever you want. But if you feed him, he'll come back for the food for sure. And if you raise them right, they are actually very calm and very tame creatures. They're not aggressive at all. So having a fox is not a bad idea. You would just have to have a place where you would want to keep it, where he's going to be safe, and he can just kind of be, you know, but yeah, that's a little Osh right there, man. All praises for all these beautiful, beautiful melanistic animals, man. All praises. Okay, family. So we talked a little bit about the melanism. We talked a little bit about the albinism. And now that you have a better understanding of what these things are, we need to move on. All right. So please hit the like, family. I really, really appreciate y'all. I'm gonna give y'all one more look at this beautiful creature before we continue. All right. All praises. Now, both albinism and melanism are indeed mutations that a person is born with. So just like with albinism, you're born with, you know what I'm saying, melanism. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, actually, before we continue, let me just show you a man with melanism, because it's possible for a person to also get this. All right. And I'm going to show you, and actually one of those people we looked at earlier when I was showing you the people with albinism, one of them looked like he had it. Let me see. Got this image of this man here, and he also has the melanism right here. So let me just show you an example of a man with melanism. This is a man with this condition, and you can see a nice dark chocolate blend to him. A very, 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 very dark coarse chocolate to him. Adamic. 100%. But this is a man with melanism. So you see it can affect animals, it can affect men, it can affect I've never seen a plant with melanism, but I'm sure it can also get melanism as well. But yeah, so that is a man with melanism. All right, fam, we're gonna keep this thing going. I just wanted to show that real quick because people like, well, people can get it. Because I know if I don't mention it, people are like, well, are you saying people can get it? Clearly they can. And this is just an example of that. All right. Okay. So let's keep it going here. All right. So it is important that you understand that there is different types of melanin. Now, in this particular section, I'm only going to be focusing on the main two types of melanin that are mostly known. Okay. You have the eumelanin, which is what causes this melanism, and what I have, what, African people have, what Aboriginal Australians have. Everyone who has darker pigment to their skin, even light-skinned people who are black have this. They have, this eumelanin. You know what I'm saying? They have this protective, coat, that covers the skin. Okay. And it also, protects them from UV rays, okay, from the sun. Eumelanin, or dark pigment, is found in most so-called black people. Actually, it's found in all. I mean, unless, there's something else to factor in that, right? Now, pheomelanin is a red and a yellow pigment, and it's found in animals such as red foxes and orangutans, okay? So when you look at animals with like a coarse reddish color to them, like orangutans, or even normal red foxes, or even if you think about golden retrievers, they get their color from this pheomelanin because it's not a darker color, okay? The eumelanin is the dark pigment or the brownish pigment, and the pheomelanin is the yellowish, reddish, pinkish pigment, okay? Now, just to kind of help you understand what type of animals have this pheomelanin, not this darker eumelanin, but this pheomelanin, you have the red foxes. So their classic red-orange coat comes primarily from pheomelanin. Golden retrievers, Irish setter dogs, red cattle dogs, domestic animals with reddish or golden coats owe their coloring also to the pheomelanin. Then, as I mentioned, orangutans, it says their orange fur is heavily pheomelanin based. And then also Highland cattle and even certain horses. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times you see these horses with that reddish kind of mane. That is also what you would consider pheomelanin. That's kind of giving them that color. Now, birds, you have red robins, you have cardinals, and you have pheasants, and their reddish feathers also contain the pheomelanin, just like with the chicken. You saw the chicken most chickens have a form of pheomelanin giving them their color, but that particular chicken that I showed you guys had the melanism, the mutation creating more. Actually, what happens is the genes can start to mutate and produce eumelanin, even if there is no eumelanin in them. Okay. Then you have yellow canaries, you have regular chickens, as I said, the red golden varieties. Domestic breeds often express pheomelanin in feathers. And then you have other animals such as fish, or like the koi fish. They have like the orange yellow patterns. That is also an example of the pheomelanin, and it contributes to these warm colors, though the carotenoids play a role too. Then also you have reptiles like, some snakes and lizards. Red or orange morphs often express pheomelanin pigments. So pheomelanin is found in animals, okay? It is what gives animals their color, all right? So man has eumelanin. Animals have pheomelanin. With that in mind, let's continue. The truth of the matter is, so-called Caucasians who have pheomelanin, this is what gives them the pinkish or reddish hue to their skin. They have more in common with animals than they do man. They are genetically recessive mutants created by the fallen angels. And we're going to dig a little bit more deeper into that in a second. So if you look at a monkey or a chimpanzee and you completely shave off its hair, you get what looks like a white man. They called us monkeys. But look at that. Thin lips. Look at that. Just like the so-called Caucasian. And if you look at the image on the left, you have a dog, a very shaggy dog, right? With the pheomelanin, giving it that red color, right? But look at the white woman next to the dog. The exact same texture of hair, okay? Animals have straight hair. The only animal who doesn't would be something like the sheep or the lamb. More of a woolly texture, right? But most animals have straight hair, okay? Straight hair. Now, most hair does have sulfurous material to it, but Caucasians tend to have more sulfur content in their hair. When I think of sulfur, I think of Sheol. I think of the lake of fire. I think of fallen angels. Now, like I said, all hair has some sort of sulfurous material, but their straight hair has more sulfurous material than the average woolly-haired black person. Let's keep going. So, look at the orangutan. Look at the white woman and look at the dog. Do you see the similarities? These people have more in common with animals than they do human beings. And I'm going to explain their mutations and why they would be considered mutants. And this is why I say they are not Adamic, okay? If you have all these different variations of mutations, that will make you not Adamic because you are far separated from what Yahuwah originally created, which is the man from the dirt of sub-Saharan Africa. And this is what I'm trying to get people to see here. This is not about skin color, but Yahuwah has said he would basically save the Adamic race through Yahusha. This is why Yahusha is called the son of man, the son of Adam. Not everybody is man. You have man, descendants of Adam, and then you have another type of man. They are a different type of man, okay? They are not the original man. They are a mutated man, meaning they cannot be saved. They are not created by the Most High. In the book of Enoch, it says that the descendant. So let me explain this a little bit here. I don't have the scripture pulled up, and so we'll have to get to this a little bit later, but, or, maybe in the next episode. But in Enoch, the fallen angels, they go to Enoch and they say to him, they have him go to the highest and have him petition for them for salvation. Like they won't be destroyed and the judgment ain't going to come to them. And Yahuwah refused their petition. He refused it. He refused it. They cannot be redeemed, and neither can their children. That is the truth of the matter, y'all. It may hurt your feelings, but I just want to be clear here. This is why they whitewashed everything. To write themselves out of judgment. They didn't expect Negroes to be reading books. They didn't expect Negroes to wake up to who we were. They thought they could play in the Most High's face and him not come back and reveal this truth to his children with a vengeance. Y'all really thought y'all could play with our Father. You really thought you could sit here and lie and whitewash everything to make yourselves not out to be what you are. That's over. It's done. And people like me, we bringing it out unapologetically because it is over. That time is over. And that's why it hurts so much. You lost your power. It's over. That's why it hurts. And since we're talking about this, man, let me show y'all something, bro. These people are manifesting into literal demons right before our very eyes. I saw this video earlier and it really disturbed my spirit. These people are turning into literal demons right in front of our faces, family. Let me pull that video up, man. This is just crazy, bro. When I saw this, I was like, something is coming out of them. And it's like the demons are really manifesting in them in a way we've never spiritually seen before, because I've been saying there's a shift. There is a shift that has taken place where these demons are not hiding anymore. They are out in the open, 100% with it. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up this video real quick for y'all. I think I saved it to this other folder here. Hold on, y'all. Let me pull it up for you. I got it here. I'm trying to figure out which folder I put it in. No, I downloaded it. Hang on, y'all. Please hit the like if you haven't. Appreciate y'all, family. The family. My family. The family. My family. Okay, I know where it is. My bad. I had it in a different folder. Okay, y'all. So this is a video that I saw earlier today, and I'm like, these demons are definitely manifesting in these people for real. Check this out. This is just, I don't even have any words personally. I just don't. It's a lot of what Yahuwah is doing. I prayed about this to Yahuwah, and I said, Father, if this is true, confirm it.
Can you not touch my car like that?
Can you give me a phone, please?
What?
Can you give me a phone? I want to send a text. What are you doing to me outside this house?
What are you doing?
I live here.
You don't live here.
What are you doing?
Can you get your hands off my car, please?
No.
Please.
What are you doing?
Leave. Go away.
What are you doing?
Go away.
Where are you fucking Zimbabwe, you stupid little pimp? Get away from here.
Bro, that's a demon. That is a demon. Do y'all not see what is really coming out of them? Yahuwah done, listen, Yahuwah, he done shattered the veil to a certain degree where now you can see them literally in these people. You can literally see it in them. Straight up demons. Straight up demons. Now, listen, this is really amazing because this awakening is really, really coming out about them. It's really, really coming out. Let me show y'all something that I saw on Facebook, and I'm just like, wow. The Most High is really, really opening up black people's eyes. So look, let me show you this. This is on Facebook, right? This is it's a Facebook page, and it's called Stolen History. And they posted this. Let me show you what they posted. I shared it, and I'm just like, wow, black people all around the world are waking up about them. But they posted this. Let me go back. They posted this. It says, don't hide from your identity, please. Be proud of where you're coming from, and it should be taught in schools. And then it shows the fallen angels, and then it shows the Nephilim, and then it shows the Neanderthal and the hairy beast man. Bro, people are waking up. Black people are waking up. I mean, like, let me ask y'all something. What did they really expect? What did they really expect? Do you expect a history book about black people and their history to have anything good to say about these people, especially the children of the fallen? No. So what they did is they started pushing this idea of them being Gentiles. All they had to do was convince you that they are actually Adamic or that they are Gentiles. So they can use that you need to be a light to the Gentiles to try to force you to bow down to them when you do awaken. Because they knew it was going to happen eventually. These people are not Gentiles, homie. Gentiles are descendants of Adam. Gentiles are descendants of Adam. Anybody who's not of Israelite stock will be considered a Gentile, so to speak. Calling them Gentiles is the most inaccurate thing you can do. Speaking of our people waking up, there's a sister on TikTok, and she made this video quite some time ago, but a lot of people shared it. A lot of people started sharing that truth. And listen, I'm going to be honest, man. I definitely think she is special and that Yahuwah put something in her. That's great. Can't deny it. Her voice is powerful. Her videos and her breakdown of the scriptures is powerful. But I know she's trying to be in the world and, she wants to kind of, be a part of the industry and all that. So I pray that Yahuwah fully uses her for his esteem. Because a lot of people saw her videos, and some of y'all probably know who I'm talking about before I show you who it is. But a lot of people saw her videos and they was rocking what she was saying and what she was teaching. And then some of our people were taken aback because, she was talking about she want to make it in the industry. So I pray Yahuwah will open up her eyes. But check out this video.
So someone asked if I could do.
Y'all know her? Y'all know her?
My God. So someone asked if I could do.
Hold on. The video is not playing. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what's going on here. What the heck? Okay, now the video is not playing. Isn't that a coinky dink? Okay, let me try something else. This video is like not playing at all, family. The devil is a liar. They hate the truth. All right, let me try it again. Dang it. Okay, hold on, fam.
So someone asked if I could do.
Yeah, this is like not playing, family. I don't know what the heck is going on right now. Oh, okay. Let me try something else. I'm gonna upload it over here on my my dashboard. I can do it that way too. So let me pull it in. Sorry, y'all. We having some technical issues, you know what I'm saying, here and there. It'd be like that sometimes. All right, I'm gonna play it from my dashboard. Let me just upload it real quick. But yeah, man, she speaks a lot of truth. I just hope that she'll really get in them scripts and really follow Yahuwah. I know she knows a lot about the Bible and who we are. She knows we Israelites. She's an Israelite. She considers herself an Israelite. But I just hope she'll come away from wanting to succeed in Babylon. Because if you read in them scriptures, bro, we was not meant to succeed her. We was not meant to succeed in this place, bro. And I think chasing a dream in Babylon is chasing your tail. Just going in a circle over and over again. Ain't nothing ever gonna change. You're gonna have to definitely compromise on the Most High if you want to succeed here. And that's just the truth our people don't want to hear, unfortunately. Okay, this video is not loading up, y'all. So look, we're gonna just keep it moving because, yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on this because we still got more to get into. All right, so going back to the Caucasian. As I said, they have more in common with animals than they do man. If you look right here, this is one of those dogs that I mentioned earlier that has the melanin, okay, giving it the red color. Okay, wait, you know what? The video's back up. Okay, let's try it. Hopefully it works this time.
My God. So someone asked if I could do a video on Neanderthals. And I think I already did this video like twice already in the past, but I'll just do it again.
Yeah, it's not working, fam. My bad. I'll put it in a future video for sure. But let's get back to this. I tried it. So this is another one of those dogs that you can see the pheomelanin is also in the fur, and you can see the reddish kind of color to the dog, as well as, you know, the woman's hair and the other shaggy dog next to the white woman. All right, let's keep it going. Caucasians are not created by Yahuwah. They do not bear his original design and are a severely mutated version of an albino with several mutant characteristics. They are the seed of fallen angels who cohabitated with the daughters of Cain. All right? So I'm trying to be clear about that. All right? Now, let's look at this a little bit deeper here, because I got receipts here. Now, it's important you understand a little bit about DNA and biology. Hold on real quick, fam. Is everything running smoothly? Because on my end, it looks like it's skipping a little bit. Is everything good? Give me a 1 if everything is good. Is everything good, y'all? Give me a 1 if everything's straight. Everything's good? It was playing smoothly? Okay, I just have to make sure, because if it starts to kind of be kind of slow on my end, then I got to fix it. Okay. All right. I'm going to delete some of these videos we already looked at so we can kind of make it run a little bit more smoother here. I'm going to delete all these animals. Just give me a second, fam. Please hit the like button if you have not hit the like button. Appreciate y'all so much. All praises to the highest Yahuwah. All right. Okay. All right, we're going to keep this going, fam. I just, you know what I'm saying, got to make sure everything's running smooth on my end. All right. Just wanted to check in with y'all. All right, for sure. Okay, so let's keep going here. Now, again, it's important to understand DNA when it comes to all of this, because it's a big part of it. So the OCA2 gene, which is found in Black people, is the main determining factor to healthy melanin production. In populations of African descent, the OCA2 gene generally exists in ancestral unmutated forms. Okay, going back to that Adamic stock. This allows full, efficient melanin production, both eumelanin and pheomelanin, resulting in dark brown to black skin, dark eyes, and dark hair. Rare mutations in the OCA2 in Africans causes true albinism, which is the OCA2 related albinism, is most common in Africa, especially among the Igbo and other West African groups. Okay, so we can see that the albinism is a mutation, family. As we discussed earlier, it's a little bit of a mutation. And also, it is something that is tied to what Caucasians have. Okay, and we're going to get a little bit more into that, because, you know, sometimes you hear white our people, Black people, say that Caucasians are what you would think of as albinos. They are to a certain extent, but not exactly the same. Because, like I said, look at those 2 Black parents that birthed an albino child and 2 Black children. That albino is still Black. They just don't have pigmentation. Okay, white people have pheomelanin, so they have a type of melanin, which gives them a certain type of color. Albinos have no melanin, no pigment whatsoever. Okay, so you gotta understand that there's nuances to this. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep going. Now we need to talk more about these genes that they have that produce what you think of as these recessive traits that they have. Okay, so let's continue. The Caucasian has mutated OCA2 genes, leading to brightly colored eyes, such as hazel, green, blue, etc. Eumelanin produces a brownish to dark pigment, resulting in brownish to dark eyes. So the OCA2 is a gene that we have, which controls the melanin production. So a good healthy Black person would have a good OCA2 gene, right? Caucasians are pale-skinned because they have a mutated OCA2 gene. The OCA2 mutation causes the natural eye color of brown to become blue, hazel, gray, or green. The different eye color in the Caucasian is due to a genetic mutation in the OCA2 gene. So far we have 2 mutations in these people. And you want to tell me they're Adamic? Stop it. Let's keep going. Now, you might say, what about black people with colored eyes? While it is also true that black people can also have green, hazel, or blue eyes, this is indeed a recessive mutation, just as albinism and melanism are. So they're not completely mutants, because if you can see that melanin is still very well procured. Okay, beautiful, beautiful melanin skin. But somewhere down the line, they probably inherited some sort of recessive genes to cause the blue eyes or the green eyes or the hazel eyes. But that melanin is still going strong. So the melanin is, is totally where it needs to be. However, that OCA2 gene has caused some sort of mutation, causing them to have blue eyes, green eyes, hazel eyes. So it's just simply just a recessive gene that, they inherited somewhere in their bloodline. And like I said, even, recessive genes can be passed down, generation to generation and not show up until the 6th or 7th. It does go like that sometimes. All right, let's keep going. But, the blue eyes, I ain't gonna lie, the blue eyes really does make the melanin stand out more, and it looks so much more beautiful because it does kind of have a very beautiful balance to it. Just like how the animals with melanism stand out, these black people with colored eyes definitely stand out. All right, let's keep going. Caucasians have a whole host of mutations, which makes them not a man, but another type of man. So, for example, straight hair. Straight hair is a mutation of the TCHH gene, which causes the hair to be straight. All right. So that is a mutation. Pale and white skin is a mutation of the SLC45A2 gene. The red lips come from the pheomelanin, and the blue eyes is also another example of this TCHH gene mutation. So essentially, they have a whole host of mutations, family. They have a whole host of mutations, y'all. They are not Adamic. We just need to just come to terms with that. How can you be Adamic when you are so far removed from the original man? Yes, African or black people have 9 series DNA. Yes, we have the highest DNA series of all living creatures. And Caucasians are more like animals also because they have the same amount of DNA series. I think theirs is like 6 and ours is 9. So animals have 6 they have a 6 DNA series, and white people have a 6 DNA series. Black people have a 9 series DNA. So again, the Caucasian has more in common with the animal, which I would venture to say, when the Bible mentions the beast of the field, that aligns with them. Let me say it again. I'm not talking about animals, right? But in the scriptures, it mentions bestial men with hands. So a beast type, the beast man. That's what I'm gonna start calling it, the beast man, or the wild man, or the Horite, the beast man. That's them. And I'm gonna show you a visual that I'm gonna show you a visual to kind of help kind of tie it all together and everything. But yeah. Yeah. I have a family member with straight curly hair and another one with reddish brown hair. Would that be due to recessive trait and not due to the Rh negative DNA? Yeah, so there are some people who have the straight hair or the red hair, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're Rh negative. So they could definitely have those traits and not be Rh negative. There are people who have redheads who don't have this Rh negative DNA. However, though, the red hair and the straight hair would definitely be a result of recessive genes. But it doesn't necessarily mean they're Rh negative, though. But yeah. Because like I said, Yahuwah really has to cleanse our blood, because like I said, you could be, for example, my family, black, right? Totally black. We only really been with black people. You know what I'm saying? All throughout my generation, it's been black. Guaranteed, because my family's always been that way and just stuck together, even during slavery times and stuff like that, chances are somewhere down the line, there was a white man that raped one of my great relatives, and that recessive gene got passed down. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere down that line. Now, it doesn't really show in my family too much, but there was one cousin I had. She was a black woman, but she was really light-skinned. Like, she looked like Fred Hammond. Y'all know the gospel singer Fred Hammond? I remember when I used to listen to Fred Hammond music and stuff like that. I'd be like, is he white? Like, my mom's like, no, he's just a real light-skinned Negro. You know what I'm saying? That's how my cousin looked. But she was the only one in the family that looked like that. And she also had freckles. And freckles is also an example of eumelanin pigment. So sometimes the eumelanin pigment can be redirected in certain areas and show up. And that's why you have some black people who have freckles and you can't even see them because they have the darker, skin tone. But freckles are eumelanin showing in people's skin. So you can have white people with freckles. And the reason why is because there definitely probably was some intermixing at some point. So sometimes they can have small little bits and traces of eumelanin. Even if they have like darker eyes, there could definitely be small, traces of eumelanin. If they have brighter blue eyes, green eyes, chances are there's less intermixing with black people, or maybe just those recessive genes just overpower, because the dominant genes will always stand out. So if you see somebody that's you know what I'm saying, got very, very strong dominant genes, and they might be mixed with white, for example, Bob Marley, his dad is a Jewish man, Ashkenazi Amalek, a white man. But you can see that his mother's genes are extremely dominant in him. You would not think he's white, or you wouldn't think that he's a heathen, considering that his dad's a white man. That's because those genes in his mother are stronger, most likely because prior to him, they had only been with black people for the most part. So the more your family has stuck with their own, like through the generations, the stronger and more dominant your genes are if you're a black person, if you happen to be mixed. The more stronger and dominant your genes will be. You feel what I'm saying? And those recessive genes will show up less. And every now and then they can kind of, like I said, it's kind of like a monopoly. It's like a gamble, right? With genetics when you're born. So sometimes those genes could, still kind of like punch through. But for the most part, the less mixing you've had throughout your bloodline, the more dominant your genes will be. And that's exactly why Yahuwah said that, the third or fourth generation, when it came to the bastards or the mamzars or the mamzers in the scriptures, the mixed children, you got to restore that back. You feel what I'm saying? All right, let's keep going. All right, y'all. Are y'all enjoying this though, man? You know what I'm saying? We really going into some deep, deep stuff, bro. All right. Now, when I talked about how the Caucasian has a whole host of mutations, you know what? Matter of fact, I'm going to pull this up on my main screen because I want to zoom in and show you. We're going to go through these different mutations. Caucasians have a mixture of several different mutations that make them look the way they do. And we're going to go and I'm going to explain all of these different mutations. They have several different mutations that make them, that make them what you call Caucasian. And so I want to go through all of these different mutations piece by piece with you to help you understand why I'm calling them mutants and why that's accurate to say, because they are. All right. So let's jump over here to the internet, to the desktop, and I'm going to take you and we're going to read these different mutations and understand the truth a little bit more here. All right. So let me share my tab. Okay. All right, fam. So let's look at this together. All right. You're going to learn some stuff today. Let me make this bigger. Okay, so Caucasians. Okay, if you guys have questions, I'm gonna need you to wait until I'm done because I don't want to get sidetracked. Okay, so it's 2:35. I say maybe give me about another less than an hour. All right, just stick around. I'll get to your questions when we get towards the end, but I gotta get through what I gotta get through first. Okay, so please hold your questions to the end. All right, so. All Caucasians are albinos that suffer from the OCA 1 through 7 category. Okay. And I'm going to explain each different piece for you so it makes perfect sense. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Okay. I can't. Hold on. There we go. All praises. Is this good? Can y'all see that? Is that perfect? I want y'all to see this. All right. I want y'all to see this. Can people with the Bob Marley effect be saved? I don't think so. I don't know because, I mean, if you the seed of what your father is and you come from the fallen, I don't think so. I mean, I that's only for Yahuwah to say, but he did look down on mixed children. So I'm just saying, and that's not to say like there weren't people who were, mixed with another nation. For example, if you look at what was his name? Rehoboam, his mom was an Ammonite. So I'm not saying that that's not something he would reject, but all I can say is it's not something he was fond of. Okay. Even when you read Ezra, they had to divorce those mixed children. They had to do all of that. So I'm down, the wife, the wife that they married, the children that came from her, they had to put them away. So I don't know, bro. I can't tell you. I don't know. That's up to Yahuwah. All I can do is tell you what the scriptures say. So let's look. All Caucasians are albinos that suffer from the OCA 1 through 7 category. So the first one is the OCA1 mutation in the tyrosines TYR gene, which causes reduced melanin in skin, hair, and eyes. There are two types of the OCA1. So there's the OCA1A and the OCA1B. So the OCA1A is the complete absence of melanin pigment, resulting in white hair and white skin, which you would think of as albinism. And then in the OCA1B, there is a small amount of melanin pigment that accumulates in time. Then you have the OCA2 mutation in the P gene, which causes the blue eyes, the green eyes, and the hazel eye mutations, which is the mutation of that H gene that I mentioned a little earlier. Then you have the OCA3, okay, which is a mutation in the TYRP1 gene. And this causes reddish skin, pinkish skin, red hair, blue, gray, and hazel eyes. Then you have the OCA4 mutation in the SLC45A2 gene, which causes pale skin, no hair pigment, blue eyes, light brown, or black hair. Okay. Then you have the OCA5. So the OCA5 affected individuals have golden colored hair, blonde hair. Okay. Blonde hair, blue eyes, red hair, green eyes, All these things are a mutation. Adamic people should have a darker pigment to their eyes, to their skin, to their hair. With the exception of some that might have some sort, certain mutations and stuff. But like the Melanesians, they have blonde hair. You know what I'm saying? They're black people with blonde hair. Like I said, recessive genes. But let's keep going. So golden colored hair, white skin, nystagmus, and photophobia. The OCA6 is characterized by light hair at birth that darkens with age. Do you ever see like some people that have like a certain kind of streak to their hair, or like a white streak? And like you probably see like white women, they have like a white streak to their hair sometimes, or sometimes people get gray hair very early. That is also another mutation. So it's characterized by light hair at birth that darkens with age, white skin, photophobia, and nystagmus. Then you have the OCA7, which is the LRMDA gene is mutated, and this causes pale skin, blonde to light brown hair. These are the 7 types of disorders and diseases of the OCA that all Caucasians suffer from. They are mutants, period. They are not created by Yahuwah. Matter of fact, let's do a poll. Be honest. With everything I'm showing you, do you believe they are created by the Most High? Let's find out. And I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to lock this in. I'm gonna give you a 2-minute countdown. All right. With all that I'm showing, do you believe they are created by Yahuwah? I just have to know. All right, y'all. I'm starting the poll right now. Lock in. And like I said, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes on this one, because this one you might have to sit on for a little bit, you know what I'm saying, before you make your decision. So all right, so 2-minute count, 2 minutes. Take your time, be honest, man. It's just, we having a dialogue here. We discussing some things. So, you might really need some time to really figure this out. So I'm gonna go ahead and put on this timer, and 2 minutes. Lock in. Here we go. Come on, y'all. Lock in. 47 seconds. Thirty seconds. $16 seconds. Lock in. 7 seconds. Ding, 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 ding. All right. Let's see what we have here. Okay. All right, let me end the poll. Okay, let's see what we have. Give me a second. Takes a second for it to show up after everything is tallied. Okay, so it says, wow, 90%. Wait. So I said, with all that I'm showing, do you believe that they are created by Yahuwah? 90% said no. 10% said yes. 40 votes. I'm going to be honest with you. That's probably them that said no or said yes, that they're created by Yahuwah. That's probably them that said yes with everything that I'm showing. And that's crazy. I mean, all the films I've made, all the documentaries and deep dives, like I said, bro, they will never accept the truth because they're not meant to. Only Black people are really meant to understand this mystery, these mysteries of, the truth about this. For me, I kind of had a suspicion, like back when I first made Esau and the Horites and all of that. But when I saw that scroll, that Magala from Enoch 106, that sealed the deal for me. Then it talked about being cursed from the Adamah with Cain and, and the ground not yielding to him and why they constantly need to enslave people. And I'm like, bro, it fits. They're the ones with the technology. They're the ones with the transhumanism. They're the ones who want to merge with tech. And we're going to get to that in a second because it's deep. It's deep. Some people are probably scared to answer and stuff like that. It's all good. It happens. You know what I'm saying? The truth isn't for everybody. You know what I'm saying? That's the facts of the matter. All right, y'all. So all right. So, we all mostly agree. I'm going to tell you personally, no, I don't believe they're created by Yahuwah. They got way too many mutations to be created by him. All right, so let's keep going. So we looked at this with the OCA. So the OCA mutations 1 through 7, they have all of them. Every single one, all 7 different variations of these different mutations. Yeah, that's not created by the Most High. Moving on. So, altogether, Caucasians are not created by Yahuwah, but they are a hybrid mutant species, and they are not even considered human or man. The original inhabitants of this earth are Black, melanated people. All right, you can see in the upper left corner, the first 2 pictures, those are Black Chinese people. Look at that woolly hair. The one in the middle at the top, those are Black Filipinos. The one on the far right at the top are Melanesians. Bottom left, also Melanesians. The one after that is a Black Australian. The one next to that is a Black Australian. The picture at the bottom is a bunch of these different Black skulls and peoples that they found in Europe. And then at the far right, you also have more of these Melanesians. So, but if you don't believe they're the children of the fallen, answer me one question. Why are these people here never shown in the media? Why are they never doing documentaries on them? Why do most people not even know that they exist? If these are not the children of the fallen, then why is it every time you look at Filipinos, you see white ones in the media? Why do they never talk about Black Chinese people? Why, when you look at, China, communist China, you don't see Black Chinese people out there? The children of the fallen whitewashed everything. They whitewashed it so you wouldn't know. Because what they want to do is get rid of the Adamic seed. They want all of these beautiful people are all Adamic. They are all made in the image of the highest. They all got that beautiful melanin cocoa glow. You know what I'm saying? This is the Adamic race. This is who Yahusha will save if they accept him. Of course, Yahshua always is who he was sent to directly. But the Adamic race can also be liberated and serve the Most High if they accept his son Yahusha. So I am a light to them. I am a light to these people. We are called to be a light to the Adamic race. And it is not skin color. It is lineage. It is a single common ancestor. All right? And that is Adam and Kua. That's a race. Okay? Let me explain this again because people get confused. Yasharal is a nation, right? We're a nation of people. But there were other tribes all around us in the land of Canaan, and there were tribes in other places, right? They are all descendants of Adam, descendants of Noah's 3 sons. So when we're talking about multiple tribes of people and multiple nations of people, we're talking about a race here. It's not a skin color thing. It is a bloodline thing. It is a lineage thing. We connect to Ha-Adamah, as do the animals, as do the trees, as do all creation. White people don't have that. They have no rhythm. They have no rhyme. They have no reason. They have nothing. They connect with animals and they show more affection to your animals and to your pets more than you because they're half animal. They have animalistic traits. They got more in common with the ape than you do. Way more in common with animals than us. They called you monkeys, but they're monkeys. Shave a chimpanzee and you get a white man. Thin lips like a white man. Red lips like a white man. Oh, man. Just saying, bro. It's like I said, bro, it's supposed to hurt the people who aren't meant to be saved. All right? So just, let that marinate for a little bit. All right, let's continue. Now, as I've said before, the original people of this earth were black. And we can prove that by this pale white man, Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin said in his own writings, even the original Europeans were black, including the Germans, Saxons, French, Russians, Swedes, etc. And there was only a small number of Caucasians at the time. In 1751, Benjamin Franklin wrote an essay called Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, Peopling of Countries, etc. Let's take a look at what he said in his own writings. And again, this is a essay he wrote in 1751, and it is called The Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, Peopling of Countries, etc. You can find it on Google. You can look it up yourself. And actually, I actually use this same resource in my Esau and the Horites documentary. So shout out to everybody who watched it. So he says, all Africa is black or tawny. America exclusively of the newcomers, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons only excepted, who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. So only the Anglo-Saxons and the English were the only group of white people. I mean, I'm guessing at that time that this was said to be written. But in actuality, I just believe that, those branches started to kind of spread out over time. And, as technology became more known and things like that, more Europeans, white pale skinned Europeans kind of came into existence. But let's keep reading. Europe, Asia, America, Germany, Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are all black. A swarthy complexion. What does this tell you? The original Japhites were black. Everybody created by Yahuwah is black. Period. Now, what does swarthy mean? Let's look at that definition. Swarthy, of a dark color, complexion, or caste. Swarthy is a dark complexion, meaning the original inhabitants of Europe, Africa, and even Asia and this earth were melanated, Adamic people. Even a white man is admitting this. It's not my word. This white man that they got on their money said this. Let's keep going. The Caucasians are children of Lucifer and only aim to destroy the Adamic seed. For instance, the Tasmanians. Now, since we're talking about the destruction of the black Europeans, the Adamic seed, this is why these are children of the devil. You see these black people here? These are the original indigenous Tasmanian people that inhabited the Tasmanian area. These children of the devil, these demons, wiped out their whole people. There is no such thing as a Tasmanian anymore. These Caucasians have wiped out this whole group of people. Let me say it to you again. These children of the devil have wiped out this whole group of people. It's in their own writings. And I'm going to show you a video about that in a minute. Check this out. This is what they wrote. Subsequent battle, strife, Sir George Murray thus replied in a dispatch dated November 5th, 1830. The great decrease. Hold on a minute. Let me take this comment down because I can't read the rest of the text. Okay, there we go. The great decrease which has of late years taken place in the amount of the aboriginal population renders it not unreasonable to apprehend that the whole race of these people may at no distant period become extinct. And this was written in 1830. They no longer exist anymore. They have been wiped out. But with whatever feelings such an event may be looked forward to by those of the settlers, okay? Don't never let them call themselves settlers. They're colonialists. They're colonizers. Settlers is another way of saying, is a nice way of saying, I mean, there's really no nice way of saying colonizer, but that's how they try to pretty it up, okay? Colonizers. It says, but with whatever feeling such an event may be looked forward to, they look forward to wiping out this race of black people. They look forward to this. Devils who have been sufferers by the collusions which have taken place, it is impossible not to contemplate such a result of our occupation of the island as one very difficult to be reconciled with feelings of humanity, or even with the feelings of justice and sound policy, and the adoption of any line of conduct having for its avowed or secret object the extinction of the native race could not fail to leave an indelible stain upon the British government. Yes, the British wiped these people out. They've done this with so many of the Japhites. They are the children of the devil. Come on, say it with me in the chat. They are the children of the devil, okay? They are the children of the devil. Why would Adamic people only live to wipe out people made in the image of the highest? Think about it. Use your brain, family. Use your brain. Who else would wipe out the Adamic seed other than the children of the devil? Y'all got to see it for what it is, man. I know it's like you're trying to have some humanity and like look at it like, oh, well, you know, I don't know, da da da. And some of y'all may still be on the fence about this. I can't be on the fence. I'm not on the fence. I was in the beginning when I first started kind of understanding some things, but Yahuwah done revealed it to me. And I don't backtrack. I stand on the truth. Remember, Yahusha said you would be hated. I'm hated. All praises to the Most High. I mean, I'm not hated by my people. I'm hated by them. So all praises to Yahuwah. Yada Yahuwah. I'm hated by the heathen. Yada Yahuwah. Yada Yahuwah. Yada Yahuwah. Yada Yahuwah. I mean, if I'm hated by the heathen as Yahusha was, I'm doing something right. Somebody said, now you sound like the camps. No, I would sound like that. And God said, I will not. Of course I would be hated by the children of the devil. Of course I would be. Of course I would be. Because everything that they've used to prosper over us is a foundation of lies. And their father is a liar, which is the devil. I expect to be hated by the children of the devil. I expect that. Come on, man. Why would the children of the devil be in agreement with me if I'm doing the will of Yahuwah? Why would they like me if I'm doing the will of Yahuwah? When Yahusha said himself, you would be hated by them. You would be hated by them. I'm not doing the will of Yahuwah if I'm liked by them. Come on now. I don't desire to be liked by them. What can white people do for me? What can Caucasians do for me? Nothing. Not a darn thing. What do I need from them? Why do I need to feel validated by them? What can they offer me as a black man? Nothing but lies. I don't want it. Get it out of my face. They are the fallen seed, and that's where I'm at. Like, I can see it for what it is. I'm not going to run from it no more. I mean, okay, let me say this. We're going to get to it in a minute, but if they were not the fallen seed, marked for judgment, why is it they are going extinct and their birth rates are extremely low, while everybody else is doing fine? Sub-Saharan Africa has higher birth rates than them. They call them, cannibals, and you know what I'm saying? They call them savages and all that, but yet they ain't have no problems with no birth rates. Sub-Saharan Africans, I'm talking about people, some of the Sub-Saharan African peoples who are not even, that are more tribal, like hunter-gatherers and stuff like that. They have higher birth rates than the so-called white man who built everything. They are marked, y'all. They are marked for judgment. And that's why it doesn't matter how many babies they have. They will always have lower numbers because they're not meant to prosper. Why? They're not going to be in the world to come. They're not going to be in the kingdom. He's killing them off. He's getting rid of them. This is the truth, y'all. I know it's like some people might be like, but I got white friends. Bro, I had white friends too. But now that I see them for what they are, you know what I'm saying? I have to detach. They're the children of the devil. I can't trust the children of the devil. You trust the devil? Do you trust the devil? Do you trust the devil? That's the question. Do you trust the devil? You say you don't trust the devil, then why would you trust his children? Think about it. If you're looking at the Bible from an Israelite perspective, who whitewashed your Messiah? Who taught you don't need to keep the law? Who hid the books? Who hid Enoch 106? Who removed it from scripture? Them. You got to see it for what it is, y'all. The Bible says the anti-Messiah will change times and laws. Look at the Shabbats. They had you worshiping their demons, their deities on Sunday. Come on, man. They are lawless. They are the lawless race. That's a perfect way to say it, because even in Maccabees, it was a bunch of white Macedonians massacring, you know what I'm saying, these Yahudim, and they said, you do what you wilt. You and your people, y'all do what y'all wilt. Isn't that what the Luciferian principle is? Do what thou wilt. Aleister Crowley, the occult, do what thou wilt, do whatever you want. Yeah, and that's the same thing. That's Christianity. Who created Christianity? All right, there it is. Don't be in denial, man. Listen, like I said, in case y'all kind of struggle with this because you don't want to kind of come off like, and I know some of y'all probably do struggle with this, and it's probably, you probably struggle with it because you don't want to come off hateful, right? You want to still try to be a light, right? And I understand that. I do. But you're not called to be a light to everybody, though. You're called to be a light to the nations who come from Adam. Anything other than that, I'm not worried about it. Yeah, the church indoctrination, you got to shake that off. That loving your enemies, you know what I'm saying? And the oppressor getting a second chance. And it's like, it's so many scriptures about Esau's seed being wiped out. It's scriptures about the children of the devil being, the seed being wiped out. You had Abel calling out to the Most High from Sheol, begging for the Most High to avenge his blood and destroy the seed of Cain. How can you look at that when it says seed, serpent seed? Yahusha will destroy the serpent. The serpent bruised him, Herod the Edomite, right? Tried to kill him, right? The Romans, the white people, they set him up. Yeah. They bruised him. They mocked him. They beat him. They crushed a crown of thorns on the king's head and laughed at him. And after he was dead, they took a freaking spear and jabbed him in his side. How do you not see what they are, family? I'm not denying the scripts. I can't. I've looked too deep into this, y'all. Who was open my eyes? It's like, if I've always been down for the scriptures, down for the truth, I can't fall back now because it's uncomfortable for some people. But this is why they built this foundation of lies. All right, let's keep it going. All right, now, since I told you about these aboriginals, man, I'm going to show you some of the stuff they did to these people. All right. So first, I'm going to start with this sister. I love her content, man. She always be breaking down that Black history on TikTok. So some of y'all probably know her. Shout out to her. Everybody know who she is. But this sis, she be definitely telling our people what they need to hear. I think she wrote me before. I like followed her and she wrote me and she was asking me where I'm from. But I feel like she was trying to flirt with me. So I kind of just fell back. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm spoken for her. But yeah, check this out. She does good content nonetheless, though.
Yeah, they love to highlight the beaches, the accents, the kangaroos. But you rarely hear them talk about the blood beneath the soil. Because Australia is just like the US. It wasn't discovered. It was invaded. And the first thing they tried to do was wipe the oldest living culture off the face of the earth. So let's back up for a second. The Aboriginal people of Australia have been on that continent for 65,000 years. Let that sit.
Okay, 65,000 years. Now, again, chew up the meat, spit out the bones. We know the earth is not that long. But if you're going to say 65,000 years, that means they was always there. Indigenous. They belong there. That's their home. Adamic family. All right? They was there long before the white man, I'll tell you that. For real.
They are the oldest continuous culture on Earth. Not only did they live in harmony with the land, they had complex languages, spiritual systems, astronomy, trade, and none of it was savage or primitive. But when the British showed up in 1788, they saw none of that. They saw a land they wanted and people they thought didn't count. So they claimed the land as nobody's land, like people weren't already living there. And what followed was centuries of massacre, displacement, slavery, and dehumanization. Aboriginal people were hunted like animals. Entire tribes were wiped out. Their water sources were poisoned, children were taken, women were assaulted, men were imprisoned, sometimes for just being Aboriginal. Their language banned, their cultural practices outlawed, their sacred land stolen. They weren't even considered full citizens on their land until 1967. Let me repeat that. The original custodians of that land weren't counted as people until less than 60 years ago. And from the late 1800s to the 1970s, the government had a plan to breed out the black. That's not an exaggeration. That's what they actually called it. They took thousands of Aboriginal children from their families, the stolen generation, and placed them in white homes or church institutions. Sound familiar? They erased their names, told them their families didn't want them. And when those children cried for their mothers, nobody came. Because colonialism isn't just about land. It's about memory, and they were trying to erase it all. So when you hear people talk about Australia like it's just another Western paradise, know this. There's blood in the soil and trauma in the air, and the world is still catching up to the truth, because Aboriginal people didn't just survive genocide. They preserved the oldest culture on the planet through it. And that's resistance. That's legacy. That's a miracle that colonizers couldn't kill, no matter how hard they tried.
All praises to the Most High, man, for this courageous sister to come out and speak this truth. And that's why I say, my people, we got to be courageous. I don't even think she knows she an Israelite, but she got that fire of Zion all up in her. This is the time of the awakening, family. And this awakening doesn't stop. And for so long, I've been saying that there's still so much Yahuwah is going to reveal. We have not even reached the peak of this awakening at all, family. There is so much more Yahuwah will reveal. And we've got to be purveyors of information. That's why I call myself a minister of information. You feel me? Yekcyr, minister of information. I provide you the information. I give you resources. And we're going to look at some scientific research as well. And I will drop the links to these research articles if you want to look at them yourself, because this is what we do. We provide information with facts, and we use even their own science to prove it, their own literature to prove it. What came out of their own pale mouths, we prove it. All right. Now I'm going to show you another clip here. This is from a documentary. It's like Umar and a bunch of other people, and they're talking about what these people went through, these Aboriginals, Australians, because it was the Tasmanians that were wiped out, but then there's also the Aboriginals who are still here, and a lot of them were wiped out, but not completely massacred. So I believe that the Tasmanians were a smaller tribe that are connected to these Aboriginal Australians. So check this out.
First of all, Australia itself is the world's second smallest continent, second only after Antarctica. It's the smallest inhabited continent. The name Australia means Great South Land. And the first people of Australia were the people we call Aboriginal Australians, commonly called blackfellas. And of course, you have different names, the Koori, the Guri, the Noongar, and various names.
The people of Australia, originally Australia was an African land. In fact, in European documentation, they considered it an African satellite. When the British came into Australia and began the mass extermination of African people, they were crystal clear who they were exterminating because they said it. And also we know that right off the coast of Australia was an island called Tasmania, a little island off the coast of Tasmania. There are no living Tasmanians in existence right now. You can't find a Tasmanian man, woman, or child because the British systematically exterminated the entire population.
It wasn't until January 1967 that Aboriginal people in Australia were considered humans for the first time. In January 1967, there was a national referendum to decide if Aboriginal Australians should have Australian citizenship. Up to that point, they were officially, and you can document this, classified as flora and fauna and plants and animals.
In Australia, they would literally breed out the melanin of the people. You know, they would have these, they would take the children and take them to breeding camps and breeding farms and breed the darker ones and the mulatto ones with white, and they would literally breed the melanin out of these people. The movie.
Let me come back on the screen. If they're not the children of the devil, then why do they all have the same agenda? To intermix and breed out black and wipe out whole groups of people. If they're not the children of the devil, why do they have all the same agenda and build a foundation of lies, just like their father? Come on, y'all. It's so clear.
Rabbit-proof fence is about that breeding process, them breeding out the melanin of the Aboriginal people. So it was very deep what was going on over there.
All right, now I'm going to show you one more documentary, just a little piece of it, okay? They targeted these Aboriginals. Why? For one reason. Can y'all tell me what that reason is, family? I think you know the reason. X Carbon says, brother, as you know, I'm Dravidian. We are actual black-skinned Dravidians. Yeah, we talked about the Dravidians earlier. Those are the people of South India. So you guys have like the Jarawa people, and then you also have like the indigenous black people in the Sentinel Islands. So yes, I'm fully aware of the Dravidians, and they are also Adamic. Okay, so this is why I say, family, this person right here, X Carbon, this is one of our Adamic brothers. Okay, I believe you're a brother, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. This is of the Adamic seed. This person is of the Adamic seed. They are not of our nation, but they are Adamic. Okay, they are Adamic, and this is their experience with the white man ain't good either. Okay, so you got a witness right here. So let's read what they said. As you know, I'm Dravidian. We are actually black-skinned Dravidians, are a small minority today. The mixed browns have took over our identity. They and the ancient white invaders wiped out most of us in Asia. Wow. So you can hear from somebody who's Adamic themselves. That's not necessarily of our nation, but experienced the same thing. And brother Zadok Yahoo, Justin, shout out to him. He mentioned how what was being described about these Aboriginals sounds very familiar to some of our experiences. Being targeted because you're black, killed, massacred, unalived, right? You see, I think this goes back to the curse Yahuwah put up on Adam. I'm going to get deep with this for a minute here. Let me get deep. Can I get deep with y'all? Can I get deep with you? Can I get deep with you? Family, can I get deep with you? Give me a one. Can I get deep? I want to get deep for a minute. Y'all know I like getting deep with the scripts. Y'all know that. Give me a one. Give me a one. Give me a one. Woo, 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 hey, woo, woo, woo. Give me a one. Hey, woo, woo, woo. Give me a one. Yeah, give me a one. Give me a one. Yeah, woo, woo, woo. Like, woo. Give me a one. Like, woo. One. Woo. Give me a one. Like, woo. No diddy. No diddy. Give me a one. Like, woo. Diddy. No diddy. Give me a one like woo. Okay. All right, all phrases. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's get deep with it. Okay. When Yahuwah cursed Adam, right? Let's connect this to Cain. When Yahuwah cursed Adam, one of those curses was that he would work and work and work and work for the rest of his life. Cursed, right? Cain was cursed from Ha-Adamah, the ground from which Adam was formed. Because Cain was cursed from Ha-Adamah, the ground does not yield to him, as I've talked about, right? This is why Cain needs slaves. So what does he do? He enslaves the Adamic race, who would be forced to work and work and work in the fields in slavery because the ground does not yield to the children of Cain. Oh my, my, my. Oh my, my, my. Oh my, 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 my. Well, Adam was, it was a judgment Yahuwah placed upon him that he would work. Okay, you know what? Matter of fact, let's look at the scripture real quick. Why not, right? Let's go to Genesis 3 real quick and let's read the pronounce of the judgment upon Adam and Kua. What better way to fact check it with the word of Yahuwah, right? Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it real quick. All right, let me remove this. And we're going to get back to the Aborigines. I just want to show you this real quick. All right, so let's go down here. So let's listen to this. We'll start off at verse 8. This is Genesis or Barshi chapter 3. This is verse 8. And I'm going to be done in about, give me about 20 more minutes, y'all. Okay, maybe less than. And they heard the voice of Yahuwah all walking in the garden in the afternoon, and both Adam and his wife hid themselves from the face, from Hafanah Yahuwah, in the midst of the trees of the garden. And Yahuwah, Garah, called Adam and said to him, so Amar, Yahuwah said to him, Adam, where are you? And he said to him, I heard your voice as you walked in the garden, and I feared because I was naked and I hid myself. And all said to him, who told you that you were naked, unless you have eaten of the tree concerning which I charged you of it not to eat? And Adam said, Ha'asha, the woman that you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree and I ate. And Yahuwah said to the woman, why have you done this? And the woman said, the serpent deceived me and I ate. And Yahuwah said to the serpent, because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle, and the brutes of the earth on your breast and belly shall you go, and you shall eat earth all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and your seed and her seed, and he shall watch against your head, and you shall watch against his heel. So right here, this is a prophecy of Yahusha destroying them and his seed. Okay, that's why it talks about a seed, the seed of the woman. That would be Yasharal. That would be her descendants. Okay, remember, Yasharal is the wife of Yahuwah. So the seed, Zara, the Abari word Zara, would refer to the descendants of this woman. Okay, and that woman is Yasharal, which is the woman. Okay. Watch against the head, and you shall watch against his heel. So this is Yahusha. It says that he will be bruised, but Yahusha will destroy the serpent. Okay, the serpent's seed and his seed. Verse 16, and to the woman he said, I'll greatly multiply your pains and your groanings, and your pain you shall bring forth children, and your submission shall be to your husband, he shall rule over you. And to Adam, now listen to this, and to Adam he said, because you have hearkened to the voice of your wife, and eaten of the tree concerning which I charged of you not to eat, of that you have eaten, cursed is the ground in your labors and in pain. Okay, so sister, I think you're right. The ground was cursed, but the judgment on him, just like she was cursed with pain, groanings and pain from childbirth, he was cursed with groaning and pain in working. Okay, having to work and work that ground. Now, the ground was indeed cursed, okay, but not cursed in the same way that Adam was, or that Cain was cursed, because he was cursed from the earth, from Ha'adamah. Cain was cursed from Ha'adamah, totally cut off from the Adamic lineage, essentially cut off spiritually, physically, all of that, right? But right here it says that the ground was cursed, but he would still, he would labor in pain. He would labor in pain from working and tilling the ground. And this is exactly why the serpent seed has enslaved Adamic people. They enslaved Adamic people because even though the ground was cursed because of his sin, Adam, he would still be groaning and he would be in pain from having to work the ground that doesn't yield to the children of Cain. Yeah, Cain is marked for death. And that's why you're seeing these low birth rates. All right, let's keep going because I got a few articles I want to show you and then we're going to close this out, okay? But I really hope y'all was enjoying this, bro. It's so deep. It's so great. All praises to the highest. Oh, wait. Let me get back to this Aboriginal video. We're going to watch a little bit of that and then we're going to move on, okay? I don't want to spend too much time on an Aboriginal thing, but I just wanted to show you a little bit of history about it. So let me just show you this quick clip and then we're going to move on.
Animals, which was to justify not only the theft of their land, but their extermination. An edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Start over.
The Aborigines were deemed to be subhuman, little more than animals, which was to justify not only the theft of their land, but their extermination. An edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, still in circulation when I was at school, described them as only an animal of prey, more ferocious than the leopard or the hyena. He devours his own species. So they were hunted and raped and massacred, and few doubted at the time that genocide was official policy. A government report in the 1850s spoke of the success of poisoning Aborigines, 100 of them laid out at a time. But until quite recently, little of this was even acknowledged. In Tasmania, the Aborigines were said to have died out. In fact, they were hunted along with kangaroos and almost wiped out. In New South Wales, by 1845, the tribe who had watched Captain Cook sail here into Botany Bay was reduced to 3 women and a man. In Victoria, an Aborigine called old Mr. Burt recalled this story told by his mother.
They buried our babies with only their heads above the ground. All in a row they were. Then they had a test to see who could kick the babies' heads off the furthest. One man clobbered a baby's head off from horseback. They then spent most of the day raping the women. Most of them were then tortured to death by sticking sharp things like spears up their vaginas until they died. They tied the men's hands behind their backs, then cut off their penis and testicles, and watched them run around screaming until they died.
One of the most enduring myths about the Aborigines is that they did not fight back. In fact, a war of resistance lasted more than a century, some of it here on the banks of the Hawkesbury River, north of Sydney. During the 1930s, my father built a cottage here, on the beach at an Aboriginal place called Patonga. I think we knew that somebody had lived at Patonga at some time, but no one talked about it. In fact, an entire nation had lived here on and off for thousands of years. They were called the Jurag, a unique Aboriginal people, tall and slender, whose country extended to a 40-mile radius north of Sydney, and the mighty Hawkesbury River was theirs. And when the British established the town of Windsor in the early 1800s, a great war began. This war was not recorded in the Imperial Chronicles of Australia. Growing up here, I knew nothing about it, and I suspect that's still true of the people in the smart beach houses here today. And yet the Jurag inflicted on the British a casualty rate greater than that sustained by the Australian Armed Forces during all of World War II. And finally, after 22 years, outnumbered and without guns, they went down fighting to the last man, woman and child, a complete nation. Today, in a land of many cenotaphs and war memorials on which invariably is written, lest we forget, not one of them stands for those who fought and fell in their own country. By the 1920s, the British invasion had caused the deaths of at least 250,000 black Australians. Genocide on a massive scale. But this fact remained suppressed, except in the living memory of those who survived. Here in the Northern Territory, in the great isolated heartland of Australia, the killing of Aborigines continued well into the 20th century, and most of these also remained secret. However, in 1928, 150 miles from Alice Springs, a gang of police and cattlemen massacred at least 50 Aborigines, perhaps many more, and word got out. A public inquiry was held, and its findings were summarized in these 3 words: the shooting was justified. In giving evidence, Constable William Murray said, "We shot to kill. What use is a wounded blackfella 100 miles from civilized Australia?" The nation on the other side of the frontier has risen from its deathbed and has begun to fight back. And what a spectacle it is. As the first Australians challenged some of the greatest transnational companies in the world, and governments, and historians, and assumptions and attitudes, and disease and neglect, in order that they may claim back their share of the oldest continent, their country. This film is a glimpse of their epic story.
All right, y'all. Okay, there it is, bro. These are children of Satan, homie. These are children of Satan. All right? That is the truth. They are a demon, demonic seed. And all they do is this. You need to just accept it. I love y'all, man. I understand you got goodness in your heart. You're a good person. I understand all of that, bro. And I was just like that, bro. And I still am that. But when I found out the truth, I don't run from it. All right? Am I a bold warrior for Yahuwah or not? Okay? But this is everything that comes with the truth, man. And this is what our people been telling you. Gates of Holder been telling you. Negro onlys have been telling you this. I wouldn't know this had it not been for our people speaking this truth unapologetically. Some of our people just got a head start on this information and help people like me be able to come into this and do, of course, I don't like to steal other people's content and stuff like that. So I do my own research. And I always go back and I thank our people who have been talking about this for so long. And I thank them for helping me see this. It is the children of the Most High who brought this to my attention. I give all esteem to Yahuwah for using our people to wake up our people. And as me, also of the nation, a Yahudi, I have to also bring out the truth. And that's all I'm doing. I'm just bringing it out. As uncomfortable as it is, it's uncomfortable for us because we think about these people, these Adamic people have suffered so much by this fallen seed, these children of the devil. And they only live to do this, to steal, kill, and destroy, just like their father. But see, the goodness about Yahuwah is a righteous all. He's a righteous Alua. So he's not going to allow this demon seed, whom many of the Adamic people fear, into his kingdom. Because this place said no more crying, no more pain, no more oppression, no more struggle, no more hurt, no more loneliness, none of that. It's all going to be gone. How can that exist if the demon seed is there? You see how good they are at playing like they care about you? And then they switch on you so quick. And I've seen it even before I started really talking about this. I've seen how these people switched up on me. My experience with John Truth, it really, really showed me some things. It showed me what these people are, homie. Let me show you something else. Y'all remember that beautiful black giraffe that I showed you? Y'all remember that beautiful black giraffe that I showed y'all earlier? This is what the demon seed does. Check this out. Kind of heartbreaking. Look. Why? Why? A giraffe? In Yahuwah's land? Al-Kebulon? I mean, do y'all realize that there's animals that don't exist anymore either because of them? So they want to destroy the Adamic animals too, because the animals were formed from the ground too. The trees. Okay? The trees formed from Ha-Adamah. They cut them down and build shopping malls. They destroy the animals. They destroy everything. Like, what more do I have to say, family? They destroy everything. The GMO, the food, they charge you to eat food that grows on trees, family. You go to Africa, you can go climb a tree and get a mango. Get mango. They call it mango. Mango. They destroy everything they touch. Every single thing. Everything that was created by Yahuwah, they perverted, they destroyed it. They created the abominations. They created these hybrids, these, human animal hybrids and all this other stuff. They corrupt it. They do it. Them. They're the ones trying to bust open the firmament. They want to destroy everything of Yahuwah, even his firmament, family. I mean, that's never going to happen. But that's what they've been trying to do. Yes, X-Carbon. I think you hit the nail on the head. Makes sense. The fallen trained them to destroy or corrupt the Most High's creation. Exactly. And it's the same thing with the intermingling. It is the same thing with the intermingling with them. Destroying your inheritance. Destroying the inheritance of your child. Their future children. Because chances are, if you marry outside of us, they gonna marry outside of us. Yeah, the earth is groaning because of them. The earth is in pain, family. They have destroyed the earth. Y'all remember Michael Jackson's song, Earth Song? Y'all remember that? That's one of my favorite Michael Jackson songs, Earth Song. He talked about the deforestation. He talked about the animals dying. It shows these African tribes being, wiped out by war. Michael Jackson was a real one. Okay, granted, there's a little problems going on, right? But he talked about these things. All I really say is that they don't really care about us. Hey. All I really want to say is they don't really care about us. You know what he's talking about, right? Deforestation. Animals in Africa dying, being killed, unalived by them. It's his born day. I don't celebrate any birthdays or nothing like that, but yeah, it is. Yeah, August 29th. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Whew. Man. Oh, family. All right, now we're going to move on because the next thing I need to show you is pertaining to going to lead us into the next episode. I have about 4 more slides I want to go through. So let's go ahead and look at some of these. And then I'm going to show y'all some additional videos that I have once we get to the end of this. All right. So let's go ahead and let's jump into this thing, man. All right. Now, the Caucasian has a problem. Their birth rates are extremely low because Yahuwah has placed a great judgment upon them. And because the Caucasian is not made in the image of Yahuwah, their only purpose is to corrupt the Adamic seed by intermingling and also binding themselves with technology to become perfected so-called God-like beings based upon their own ingenuity and strength. This leads us to the transhumanist conversation. And I kind of had to kind of set the tone for that. Now, what I'm going to do here is I have the slide here, but I'm going to pull it up from the internet so I can zoom in and kind of explain and point some stuff out to you guys in this next slide. And this next illustration that I made is going to kind of help you understand what this New World Order is, because this is what the New World Order is. It's all about this. And it'll make some sense. I get a lot of comments. People say, bro, what you're saying, it just makes so much more sense now. And when people tell me that, bro, it make me feel so good inside, because, my purpose is to help people see this, the best way possible. 100%. So let me pull up this image that I have here, and I'm going to point some things out to you so you can understand the final goal of the fallen seed. Okay. So let me just try to make this a little bit more easier to understand. Give me a 1 if you are, obviously, you were taught it in school. So it's an obvious question, but give me a 1 if you are familiar with the evolution theory. Don't believe in it, but I'm asking this for a reason. Give me a 1 if you are familiar or have heard of man evolving from ape and all this other goofy stuff they teach. Give me a 1 if you've heard of that before, which I'm sure most of you have. Let's see. All right, I see 1s. All praises to the highest. Okay. Well, to a certain extent for them, it's kind of true. Not for us, but for them, yeah, it's kind of true. Let me show you what I mean here. So let me pull up this next thing. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it real good. This is a visual I made to kind of illustrate this for you, so it makes perfect sense, family. So let's explain this here. Let me zoom in. I don't need to zoom in too much. So right here you have the fallen angels. Okay, the fallen angels of Genesis 6 created the Nephilim, or the giants. Okay, as these giants continue to breed and so on and so forth, because we know they survived after the flood. And that's something I'm going to have to get to at some point, and I will. They came back, obviously, because we know there were giants in the land of Canaan. Okay. But as these giants continued to breed, they started to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, leading us to the wild man, or the so-called Neanderthal. Okay. So you have the fallen angels mixed with the daughters of Cain. They bore great giants. Most of the giants destroyed in the flood. Bloodline survives, and they continue to breed, creating the wild, or the hairy beast man. Okay. Then you have the modern day Caucasian, right? The modern day white man. And then the final evolutionary stage, or the evolutionary stage of the children of Lucifer, is the Ubermensch, or the Overman, or the so-called God man. And that is when they are going to link themselves with technology to become these perfected godlike beings. Okay? So it's just a little bit of a timeline to kind of help you understand their evolutionary phase, if that makes sense. Okay? And the reason why they want to merge with technology is them low birth rates. Those recessive genes. They are trying to get rid of that. Okay? Now let's look at this next thing. Now, explaining a little bit more, the Overman, or the God man, or the Ubermensch, and we talked about it in the Pale Rebellion, Fallen Angels in the Pale Rebellion. If you have not seen that documentary, check it out. It definitely gives a little bit more context to what I'm discussing here. Link is in description. So let's read about what I wrote about the Overman, or the so-called God man, or the Ubermensch. The so-called white man desires nothing more than to complete his final evolutionary process and become a perfected godlike being with enhanced abilities and immortality by integrating with AI technology, implantable devices, and using CRISPR, or gene editing technology, to remove recessive genes. This is the final stage before the end of the age. And this is for the fallen seed to rule and try to become like all. This tech will be promoted as beneficial to the white race to prevent genetic annihilation. Let me say that again. It will be promoted as beneficial to the white race to prevent genetic annihilation. This will lead to the end of the Caucasians' evil reign and the return of Yahusha. Okay? And that's why it says that, no flesh will be saved unless Yahusha intervenes. All right? Terminator, yes. Skynet, AI, Palantir, all these things that I've been telling you guys is coming and is the next thing on the agenda. And we're already seeing all of this AI slop just being thrown around all over social media, all over YouTube. YouTube is just becoming such an unbearable place to be. It really, really, truly is. It's just so much AI slop. Just stuff that just I don't want to see. You know what I'm saying? Okay, now, speaking of their low birth rates, I think it's important to talk about this because they are aware that they need to do something to try to save themselves. And Donald Trump is aware of this, family. Donald Duck slipped back. Donald Trump is aware of this. Check this out. This is an article from The Guardian, and it says Trump is trying to pay his way into a U.S. baby boom. Experts say it won't work. White House, listen to this. The Pale House, let's call it the Pale House. The Pale House proposes giving out $5,000 checks to address falling birth rates amid growing pro-natalist movement groups. So he's incentivizing white people to have babies. Bro, the fallen seed is really trying to get their people to not die out. You ain't stopping the judgment of the highest. Okay? You ain't stopping the judgment of the highest. They are marked for judgment. Nothing is going to stop what's going to happen to them. And they're paying their old people to try to prevent the hand of the... Bro, they're going to be wiped out. Do y'all not see it now? Yahuwah has marked them. And listen. Somebody asked me about Asians and white Hispanics and stuff. All of them are the fallen seed. They're all the fallen seed because they're mixed with the fallen seed. All right? They are more European than anything else. You look at these Hispanics, you look at these dang, you know what I'm saying? White Asians. They're mostly Europeans. All right. So even on, when they do like the little driver's license stuff, they put Caucasian on that. They're white. All right. All right. Now, this is hilarious, bro. That's why I'm laughing at them because, it's like they hate us so much and they're pushing all this hate because they're mad because Yahuwah has judged them. This is your Caucasians today. Okay. They got to take a trip to the fertility clinic. All right. They got to take a trip to the fertility clinic because they're done. Yahuwah's not allowing them to produce and grow in numbers. He's going to wipe them out. That's why they're not making more children. All right. They're freaking out about the white race. They know their race is dying. And they're mad at us because they can't do anything about it. Yeah, you could tell white people have more babies. But they can't physically do it because Yahuwah ain't letting them do it. Don't you think in this time of this awakening that Yahshua would see that there's a people who have been our enemies since we've been in this crusty country and now they're dying out? They said we 14% of the population. You believe that foolishness? I don't. We definitely outnumber them. And that's what they know that. Man. They got to take a trip to the fertility clinic because it's a wrap. It is a freaking wrap for them. All right. Now, I'm going to show you something else here. Since we're talking about technology and transhumanism. Now, transhumanism has everything to do with melanin. Everything to do with melanin. And they believe that the integration of this AI technology and this transhuman technology is to be integrated with melanin in order for them to achieve immortality, so-called immortality, what they think is immortality. So I'm going to show you this article here from the, this is from frontiersin.org. And I want you to check out what it says. This is very interesting. Will cyborgs be made from melanin? And I'm going to park it here soon because it's going to lead us into the next episode. We're going to get more into the transhumanist agenda, how they're going to use melanin, and we're going to get deep into that. Okay. But I'll show you a little bit of pieces of information to lead us into the next episode next week. Okay. So will cyborgs be made from melanin? Let's look at this. It says the dark brown melanin pigment, eumelanin, colors hair and eyes and protects our skin from sun damage and has also long been known to conduct electricity. That's another thing. It is a semiconductor. Electricity powers the brain and sends signals to the body. So if I lift my arm up right now, that is the electricity in the neuromelanin in my brain that is sending messages to my body to move my arm up and down, right? Just like, you know what I'm saying, the electricity that tells me to clap when I hear a song. Or even when I just start singing or I just come up with a melody at the top of my mind. That is all the neural melanin in the brain. And we're going to get into neural melanin in the next section. This is more about pigment in the skin, hair, and nails. But in the next section, in the next episode next week, we will get into the neural melanin because there's also melanin in your brain. Okay? And Elon, he's trying to figure out how to utilize this to put it inside, put that chip in your brain and get it that melanin, the electro power of the neural melanin that sends electric signals to the body and the nerves to power that chip in your brain. Okay. And this is why if you take the mark, you can't be saved because you have mingled yourself with the children of Satan and destroyed what Yahuwah has made you to be. All right. So melanin is a semiconductor and it's been known to conduct electricity, but too little for any useful application until now. Oh my. Oh my. Let's keep reading. In a landmark study published in Frontiers in Chemistry, Italian researchers subtly modified the structure of eumelanin by heating it in a vacuum. Our process produced a billion-fold increase in the electroconductivity of eumelanin, says study senior authors Dr. Alessandro Pizzella of University of Naples, Federico II, and Dr. Paolo Ticini of Italian National Agency for New Technologies, Energy and Sustainable Economic Development. That sounds like World Economic Forum, Great Reset, Klaus Schwab, New World Order propaganda. And I'm going to show you that the World Economic Forum, they're also studying melanin. It's big. It's deep. It is deep, family. And this is what the end times is about. That's why you will be persecuted. Okay? The children of the fallen angels, the children of Lucifer, their gripe is with you and everyone who's melanated. Okay? And you're going to understand that in a minute. This makes possible the long anticipated design of melanin-based electronics. Family, listen to me. Melanin-based electronics. I'm going to give you a minute to process that. Melanin-based electronics family, which can be used for implanted devices due to the pigment's biocompatibility. Due to the pigment's biocompatibility, family. And you thought it was just pigment? No. It's way deeper than that. It's way deeper than that, family. Let's keep going. There's more. A young Pizzella had not even begun school when scientists first discovered that a type of melanin can conduct electricity. Excitement quickly arose around the discovery because melanin, which you have, what I have, what every black person has, the dark brown pigment found in hair, skin, and eyes, is fully biocompatible. Not pheomelanin, only eumelanin, the Adamic melanin, okay? Melanins occur naturally in virtually all forms of life, and they are non-toxic and do not elicit an immune reaction, explains Pizzella. Out in the environment, they are also completely biodegradable. Decades later, and despite extensive research on the structure of melanin, nobody has managed to harness its potential in its implantable electronics, okay? Mark of the beast, anybody? So yes, the mark of the beast will have something to do with melanin. And if I'm being honest with you, I believe, according to my research, I could be wrong. This is just a Yekcyr theory here. This is a Yekcyr hypothesis. My belief is that the mark of the beast will completely destroy your melanin completely. Possibly. That could be the agenda here, because the mark of the beast would implantable electronics are being factored into this melanin conversation, my friends, my family. Melanin is being factored into implantable technology. Okay? So with that type of information, you have to be willing to see it for what it is. All right? Let's keep reading. To date, conductivity of synthetic as well as natural eumelanin has been far too low for valuable applications, he adds. Some researchers try to increase the conductivity of eumelanin by combining it with metals or superheating it into graphene-like material. And we're going to talk about graphene in a second, because they have actually made a substance that is controlled by frequencies with an artificial type of melanin. I'm going to show you that in a second. With a graphene-like material, but what they were left with was not truly the biocompatible conducting material compromised. It wasn't the real melanin, okay? Determined to find the real deal, the Neapolitan group considered the structure of eumelanin. All right, so we'll stop there. Now, let me show you something else, okay? Melanin is not just pigment. It is something much more powerful and much more deeper, okay? How many of you have heard of the IFPCS? Give me a 1 in the chat if you have ever heard of the IFPCS. Give me a 2 if you have not heard of it. And don't feel bad if you haven't heard of it, because I didn't know about it until recently doing my research to put this together for you guys. Okay, nobody's heard of it. Okay, all praises to the highest. This is always a moment for education. So I give all esteem to the highest to everybody who does not know what it is. That's why I love our chats, family. We can really have fun. We can learn things together as Yasharal. We can arm ourselves with the truth of the scriptures, the truth of knowledge, everything Yahuwah is revealing. Okay, all praises. This is always a pleasure when my people don't know what's going on, so I can educate you. Okay, wonderful. Okay. So the IFPCS is an organization that studies pigment and melanin. It's known as the International Federation of Pigment Cell Societies. An organization that studies melanin pigment. And you're telling me it's just pigment. Huh. I don't think so. Let's keep reading. I'm going to just scroll through this article here. Let's read about it. The IFPCS is an international organization devoted to the study of various aspects of the pigment cells. It consists of 4 regional scientific societies: ASPCR, ESPCR, JSPCR, and PASPCR, and represents more than 1,000 scientists and experts in the field. Our mission is to improve the visibility and impact of pigment cell research through 3 principal means of communication and a recurring event. International Pigment Cell Conference. So they have a conference that they do that studies pigment and melanin. Family. Come on now. This is much deeper. Organized every 3 years by one of the regional societies on behalf. Okay, so it's every 3 years. It's not annually, but every 3 years. By one of the regional societies on behalf of the IFPCS. Our next 26th IPCC meeting will be organized by the ASPCR and be held in India on October 1st through the 4th, 2026, this year. So it's coming up. Peer-reviewed scientific journal Pigment Cell and Melanoma. Look at that. Melanoma research. Why are they studying melanoma? They suffer from it. They suffer from it, family. They're trying to find a way to get rid of their recessive genes and their pink skin and generate a faux melanin, a fake melanin, to survive what's coming to them. Revelations. And the angel was given power to the sun to scorch men on earth with fire. Why do you think they're building underground bunkers? Why do you think Bill Gates is trying to block out the sun? Do y'all see what it is? It's that deep. Everything about this new world order is a war against you because of their Caucasian insecurities. This whole, okay. Black people, don't you ever hate yourself. Melanated Adamic people, don't you ever hate yourself. They're building a whole new world order because they can't accept they are genetically and recessively inferior in every single freaking way, bro. That's wild. They're building a satanic new world order because they're insecure. Bro, that's hilarious. That is hilarious, bro. That is freaking hilarious, bro. I'm sorry. That is funny. Whoo, boy, that's hilarious. All right, let's keep going. As you know, melanoma is when they have, they get burnt from the sun, sunburn, and all that other stuff, the skin rashes, the skin cancer, lack of eumelanin, which is why they're studying the darker pigment to try to save themselves. Yeah. The official publication of the International Federation of Pigment Cell Societies and the Society for Melanoma Research, and also the special interest group chaired by internationally respected scientists. These groups focus on specific topics in pigment cell research. So essentially, these are various different organizations working under the banner of IFPCS, specializing in melanin and pigment research and also melanoma research. European Society for Pigment Cell Research. Look, they got a European Society. Asian Society. The Fallen Seed. You don't see an African one. Look at that. No African one. Asian, European, Japanese, Pan-American, no African. Look at that. No African pigment research.
Look at that. Do y'all see that? There is no African pigment cell research organization studying melanoma and, you know, skin cancer and all this other stuff. It is pale people that are behind this organization. Fallen Seed United, for real. For real. And this goes back to Psalms 83, the conspiracy against us, and then Psalms 2:2, the conspiracy against Yahusha and Yahuwah. Bro. Let me just say this before we continue, family. They said no niggas. I wouldn't want to be a part of that, bro. They be trying to turn me into some freaking specimen so they can study my melanin. Crazy, bro. So let me say this to y'all. Everything that I've come to understand about this, I owe to Yahuwah. Alarm bells started kind of clicking in some of my experiences that I've had with them in this truth, when it comes to this truth. And again, I'm going to bring up John Truth again. That white boy and my experience with him opened my eyes. Now, there were previous experiences I've had with these people in this truth. Well, they're outside the truth, but they say they're in the truth, whatever. They're not really in the truth. But my experience with him and many of them, it's just like it bothered me so much, like why they say it doesn't matter, why they don't like us, and why they reject who we are, and why they want to whitewash everything. And it's something started to rub me the wrong way about white people in general. But I was just trying to put it aside because I'm like, okay, well, we got to be a light to the nations and so on and so forth. But I started digging more and more and more. And I'm like, wait a minute. So if they come from the fallen angels, and they have all these different mutations, all these various problems with them. They can't handle the sun. They weren't made to dwell in sub-Saharan Africa. They weren't made by Yahuwah. They go around and colonize and enslave the Adamic seed. They're behind the New World Order. They built weapons of war and brass and iron and all of that. The Romans, all of that, right? They've whitewashed the original black people all around the world. They hide them from the world so you don't know that there are black people that were there long before them. They asked for the New World Order in the name of racism, MAGA. It all fits. I prayed. I asked Yahuwah to show this to me, and he did. And there ain't no going back. Now, so, yeah. There's no African organization here. It's nothing but pale skins. The Asians, the Europeans, the Pan Americans, and the Japanese. The white ones, essentially. I wonder if they got any images of some of these dogs. Look at that. Look at that. Uh-huh. Pink skin. Look at this. Somebody that's, going white. They're researching this. They're trying to figure out. Probably studying people with this condition, the Zaraoth, and they're trying to figure out if they can reverse it and possibly make themselves darker complected. But they're also studying leprosy or Zaraoth. And it's clearly a pale-skinned woman. That's the face of this. Let's see who the members are. Let's see if there's any black people. No, it's not showing anybody. Current list of members. Let's go there. I wonder if they show what they look like. Nope, it don't show them. I mean, we could look these people up, but I ain't got the time. All right, so that's that. Now I'm going to move on to the next thing. More research for you guys. A genome-wide genetic screen uncovers determinants of human pigmentation. Skin color, one of the most diverse human traits, is determined by the quantity, type, and distribution of melanin. In this study, we leveraged the light scattering properties of melanin to conduct a genome-wide screen for regulators and melanogenesis. We identified 169, listen to this, 169 functionally diverse genes that converge on melanosome biogenesis, endosomal transport, and gene regulation, of which 135 represented previously unknown associations with pigmentation. In agreement with their melanin promoting function, the majority of screen hits were upregulated in melanocytes from darkly pigmented individuals. See, they're really studying us, y'all. Let me say it again. In agreement with their melanin promoting function, the majority of screen hits were upregulated in melanocytes from darkly pigmented individuals. We further unraveled functions of KLF6 as a transcription factor that regulates melanosome maturation and pigmentation in vivo, and of the endosomal trafficking protein COMMD3 in modulating melanosomal pH. Our study reveals a plethora of melanin promoting genes. Look at that. Melanin promoting genes with broad implications for human variation, cell biology, and medicine. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, we're going to keep going. Okay, let's read about this because it talks a little bit about CRISPR. Melanin is a heterogeneous and structurally ill-defined biopolymer that encompasses two forms, namely black or brown eumelanin and red or yellow pheomelanin. The quantity and type of produced melanin determines its physiochemical properties, such as high refractive index, which forms the basis of melanin's characteristic light absorbance and scattering properties. So melanin literally absorbs light. Light feeds melanin. Okay? Why did Yahuwah call his people the children of light? Why is he the father of lights? Let's keep going. These are thought to be critical for protecting the skin from sun exposure related damage, light scattering measured as a side scatter, parameter, and flow cytometry reflects the internal complexity of the cells. We investigate the extent to which changes in cellular melanin content influences light scattering measured at SSC, and whether SSC can be used to capture dynamic changes in the melanin levels upon inducing genetic perturbations. Wow. In this study, we demonstrate that cellular melanin concentration indeed determines light scattering properties of pigment cells. Taking advantage of this feature and using SSC as a proxy for melanin levels, we performed a CRISPR-based genetic screen to identify regulators of human pigmentation. Okay, gene editing technology about human pigmentation, which led to discovery of 169 candidate genes with pro-melanogenic function. We validated a subset of the screen hits, confirming their transcriptional upregulation in primary melanocytes from the dark-skinned individuals and their involvement in different stages of melanosome biogenesis. Furthermore, through follow-up functional studies, we uncovered previously uncharacterized roles for transcription factor KLF6 in melanosome maturation and pigmentation in vivo, and a function for the endosomal trafficking protein. Wow. They are really studying us. They are really, really studying us. And it's like, I always talk about how they study us. They watch us, right? They learn how to talk like us, how to walk like us, how to move like us. But they not us. Now, I mentioned the World Economic Forum. I think most of y'all know what the World Economic Forum is, but it's like this organization where they're basically, want to bring in the New World Order, the Great Reset, Agenda 2030, so on and so forth. That's their game. That's what they're about. That's ultimately what they're planning here. Now, let me show you something here. This is going to blow your mind. So let me pull up this next thing here. So at the World Economic Forum, they are also studying melanin too, family. I'm going to show you this article here where it talks about them studying this. let's look at this article here. Check this out. And this is from the World Economic Forum right here, WEF. Okay. And by the way, let me show you something about the logo so you can understand who the children of Lucifer are. You see the logo, World Economic Forum, 666. Okay. 666. That's hidden right in plain sight. So that's who's studying this melanin. Scientists have made melanin 1 billion times more conductive. This is why that matters. The dark brown melanin pigment, eumelanin, colors hair and eyes and protects our skin from sun damage. And it also has long been known to conduct electricity. But a little too, okay, we already actually read that. That was the article we already looked at. Okay, moving on. All right. So let me show you this next thing here. Actually, I think that's mostly everything I wanted to show you for this. Oh, one more thing. We need to talk about graphene. And I'm going to show you guys like 3 more videos and then we're going to be done here tonight, okay? Thank y'all for being here. We're almost at 5 hours, man. Wow. Yada Yahuwah, man. Yada Yahuwah. Okay. I'll try to have it done before 5 hours, but I'm going to stick around in case y'all got, questions or something. I won't be around too long, but I'll stick around for a little bit for y'all who got questions. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to show you guys here is this other thing. Let me pull it up. All right, check this out. I talked about graphene before. Let's read about this a little bit here. So this is also connected to the World Economic Forum Innovation Nation projects or something like that. And I want to scroll down here where they were talking about this artificial melanin here. Let's see, where is it? I think it was right here, Rad Shield. Rad Shield is a radiation protection shield that generates energy and provides real-time monitoring. It offers advanced absorption using modified melanin, graphene, and tungsten to neutralize radiation. It transforms ionizing particles, Salaki, into usable electricity. It's ultralight and flexible, more efficient than other materials without adding weight or thickness. RadFet offers a real-time measurement with sensors and predictive AI track exposure and optimized protection. So they have created a modified melanin or a black dark substance called graphene from a fake modified version of this melanin to harness energy. Now, let me show you this. I'm going to show you the graphene. Graphene is a material, a bioengineered material that can actually move and react to frequencies. So if you're talking about radio frequencies, sound frequencies, if you're talking about music, it is a living, it's not living, but it's a programmable matter that is actually able to move and react to frequency. And I'm going to quickly show you a video of graphene in action. And this is graphene actually moving to music or a beat. Let me see if I can find that video. Hold on, y'all. I know I downloaded it. Actually, I think I have it here on Twitter. Yep. All right, let me show y'all this, man. This is crazy. Okay. But this substance was made with a fake artificial melanin family. Okay. Keep that in mind as I show you this thing, okay? And this is real. The black goo. Yes, the black goo. All right? When you look at movies like Venom and you see the symbiotes and all of that, the black goo that you see in Rihanna, when Rihanna did the Anti-album and she was putting the mark of the beast in this man's head and this black goo spilled out. Yeah. And I'm definitely going to have to do a video on the black goo. But let me just show you the black goo in action. This right here, that black goo you see in that white dish, that is the graphene made from this fake black dark pigment. All right, let me rewind it and I'm going to show you this. Look at how it moves and how it reacts to music, just like how we do. Look. Hold on, I was trying to turn this up. I'm gonna play it one more time. No sound? Okay, hold on, y'all. My bad. I didn't realize that there wasn't no sound. Hold on a minute. Let me fix it. Thanks for that, Aki Justin. Let me fix this. Okay. Let's do it again. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it didn't have sound on it. All right. Okay, let's play it again. So y'all, it's like flubber. It's like flubber, right? It's like flubber. Yeah. That's what I thought about when I first learned about graphene. I was like, bro, this is like some flubber stuff. Like it's like flubber. It's like the black goo. All right, here we go. Should play the music now. There we go. You see, it reacts to the music. It reacts to the frequencies, just like us. We hear a good beat, we can't stop bobbing our head. It's in us. It's in us. And they have created this fake melanin that almost reacts in a way that we naturally do as Black people with the real all gene in us, which is the melanin, the Allua gene. Yeah, you are made in his image, 100%. All right. So yes, graphene family. Graphene with fake melanin, y'all. Like that is wild, bro. But yes, this is what they are researching. This is what they are developing. This is what they are studying and looking at, family. All right, now the next thing I'm gonna show you. All right, showed you that already. All right, now I'm gonna show y'all a few more videos, and then that's gonna be it. Now, one more thing I want to talk about in regards to them. We're gonna talk a little bit about the mutations, just a little bit, when it comes to the Caucasian, because I forgot to show these videos. And then I'm gonna show you one more thing, and then that's gonna be it, fam. Okay, so in regards to straight hair, I talked about it being a mutation. Here's some proof of that.
There's a lot of diversity in human hair shape and texture. Straight strands, gentle waves, tight ringlets, and thick afros. And it's all thanks to a combination of chemistry, physics, and genetics. There are two main components to hair: fibers, which are the strands you see, and follicles, which lie beneath the skin. Hair fibers are mostly made of a kind of keratin, long, thin proteins formed from two helical strands that coil around each other and are held together by different bonds. There are weak, temporary bonds like van der Waals interactions and hydrogen bonds, and stronger ones called disulfide bridges. But with hair shape, the root of the matter is the hair follicles, the little bulb-shaped organs in your skin that produce the hair fibers. Straight hair follicles tunnel directly down into the skin, and the fibers grow out with a circular, symmetrical cross-section. But curly hair follicles are more diagonal, with a hook or kink at the skin surface, and that makes oval hair fibers with keratin distributed unevenly. The edges with more keratin fibers become the inside of the curl because there are more bonds between fibers, so it bunches up a bit. Repeat this over and over, and you get waves or ringlets. Now, there's a strong genetic component to hair curliness. People tend to inherit it from their parents. It seems like our human ancestors in Africa probably had curly hair, and the straight hair seen in European and East Asian people evolved independently, though we're not really sure why.
They said they have no idea where straight hair came from. They have no idea where it came from. Fallen angels. Fallen angels, family. Just like they say they don't know where Rh negative blood came from, fallen angels. Every time they say they don't know where it came from, fallen angels.
Hair in Europeans comes from a variant of a gene called TCHH. It encodes for a protein called trichohyalin that strengthens part of the hair follicle. On the other hand, people from East Asia with straight hair tend to have a specific form of EDAR, a cell signaling receptor gene. But if you don't want to be locked into straight or curly hair, you can change your do with heat.
Hold up, the stream suspended. The stream suspended. Hold up, are we back? Give me a 1 if we back. Give me a 1 if we back. I'm still on. I'm still live right now. I think it just cuts off when you know what I'm saying, there's like stuff, policy violation. Oh wow. That's okay. It's all good. Are we back? Can y'all see me? Too much knowledge. Yeah. Can y'all see me, bro? I'm on screen right now. It'll come back. It'll come back. Just give it a minute. 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 Yeah, give me a second. I'm here. I'm here, y'all. I don't know what the heck happened, but they don't like the truth, bro. They do not like what I show. So it is what it is. But I'm here. I'm here. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Wait. Yo, can y'all see me? Hold on, chat. Hold on. I'm still here. I'm literally still here. Bro. Hold on. Bro, this is crazy. Hold on a minute. Let me fix this, bro. I don't know what happened. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. Wait, we're back. We're back. Okay. So I guess the clip that I used was not able to be shared. Can y'all see me? Looks like we're back. Looks like we're back. Okay, it's back. Okay, all praises. Don't worry. I'm gonna cut that part out. Matter of fact, I'm sorry, y'all, but I'm probably gonna have to take it down and re-upload it. Maybe YouTube will let me cut it out without doing anything. But yeah, they don't like the truth, y'all. They don't like the truth. They don't. They don't like the truth. So we'll leave that alone. We'll leave that alone. Okay. Let me show you this next clip. We're just gonna keep it on moving. All right, we're gonna keep it moving, fam. Okay.
What you do.
And we're not talking about a bad scare or a bad hair day, but it's called something. It's something called uncombable hair syndrome. As Cakes Pilar Pedraza shows us, it's very rare, and a local girl has it.
Emery Peterson is almost 3 years old. Like any other toddler, she's full of energy and very clear about what she likes and doesn't like. But when it comes to her head of bright blonde hair, she's almost unique.
Basically, she just has crazy hair is what it looks like all the time. Pull up Google images, they all look the same.
She has what's called uncombable hair syndrome, hair that's different at the genetic level. Scientists say they've only documented about 100 cases around the world.
What do you think about your hair?
It's crazy and doobie.
Sometimes also called spun glass hair, due to the genetic changes, the shaft is actually a triangle with grooves up and down it.
Mutation. Okay, this is because the mutation of the H2NN gene can be so badly mutated. It'll make their hair straight, but it'll make it even straighter like this. Bro, Like, I'm just saying, do y'all realize, like, there's something wrong with these people in a lot of different ways, my family. Like, wow, like, sheesh.
That's what makes it so unmanageable.
1, 2, 3.
It's so rare. Emery's pediatrician had never heard of it. It wasn't until her mom, Taylor, took her in for her first haircut that her hairdresser recognized it.
It was growing in super weird, and the hairstylist,
It's like an
told her that,
animal.
and she was like, no. She was like, she has uncombable hair syndrome. And I was like,
Nah, you just don't know how to deal with that type of hair. That's what it is. It's very coarse, but it's kind of, it's similar to the texture of ours, but it's extremely different because it's straight. It has a frizzy application, but it's straight. So it's not like our hair. It has some of the, I can't even say the texture is the same. It just has a frizzy kind of look to it, but it's definitely different because it's straight. Proof this is a mutation. This straight hair stuff is a mutation. And when this H2N gene is completely mutated, you get this, which is a more extreme version of the straightened hair mutation.
what's that? It's like, that's not a real thing.
So Taylor was excited when she saw this story on our website about a little boy in Georgia with the same syndrome.
We got a lot of comments about him looking like a dandelion, and that's actually like a very accurate description of appearance and how it feels. His hair is extremely soft.
Somebody said a boneless fro.
The world to know that's what her daughter has too.
It's something that's really cool. I mean, I've never heard of it before we found out she had it, and it was kind of cool to see another little kid have it.
Taylor says getting the word out is also important to help people understand. While most who see Emery's hair are just curious, some are judgmental, even mean.
Mainly, it's just, oh wow, her hair is really wild. Or just last year we had somebody standing behind us in line, and they were being quiet about it and had said,
Zadok Yahoo says, so the mutations have levels to them, huh? Yes, Ak. They definitely do. You can have some people with like the blue eye, like even when it comes to like the blue eyes, green eyes, you have some people who have a blue eye and a green eye. So these mutations can be so far mutated from like the original mutation, it can create a total anomaly, which is where you see people with one blue eye, one green eye. You see animals with one blue eye, one green eye. You feel what I'm saying? So these mutations have levels to them. It could just be straight hair, but then it can be, what you see with the coarse hair, where it can't even be combed, right? Man, somebody said a boneless afro. That's hilarious.
girl does not take care of her hair.
But so far, Emery hasn't really noticed.
It matches her personality, that's for sure. Crazy hair, crazy attitude.
Kids with uncombable hair usually grow out of the syndrome around the time they hit puberty. In the meantime, Taylor says there's not much you can do as far as styling the hair. You just love it the way it is.
Oh, my. All right. Now, the last video that I'm going to be showing you, and that was just more proof about the straight hair and, I'm saying, the Neanderthal mix. Now, the next thing I want to show you guys is a video. It's very disturbing of these white people. Now, do y'all remember how I told y'all about how Donald Trump is paying white people to have babies? It's worse than that. I mean, that's desperate and sad and just like a dying race trying to save themselves by any means possible. But it gets more disturbing than that. Way more disturbing. As my good Ak Dark kid said, they are children of the devil. This next thing is going to bother you a whole lot. And we're going to end it with this because this will lead us into this transhumanist agenda with Melanin in the next episode. Okay? So there's a white woman because they're so desperate to save their dying race, they are allowing their underage daughters to get pregnant. Let me say it to you again. They are so desperate to save their dying race, they are allowing their underage preteen daughters to get pregnant. I kid you not. I kid you not. Take a look.
Begged for a little sister or a baby. And while a pregnancy might have been difficult on a 10-year-old body, a woman's body is designed to carry life. That is a biological fact. It is not designed to have disgusting death instruments remove her preborn child from her womb. Both situations would be difficult, but we know for a fact that every single time life wins. And that, again, is a statistical fact. It's a terrible, tragic situation, and we must do better to protect children from that kind of a difficult situation that allows such heinous, horrible abuse. And I'm sorry, the abortionist did not report
the what? The RAPIST or the AOBORTIONIST? Which is it? These people are disgusting, homie. They're disgusting and they're nasty, dirty animals. They are nasty beasts. They deserve everything Yahoo is going to do to them. Every single thing. They deserve it. This is an unspeakable evil just to save their miserable people. Absolutely disgusting, homie. And you see, she had to correct herself because she said the R word. The grape word, right? She said the grape word. Then she corrected herself. These people are evil, homie. Y'all got to see it for what it is, family. I hope this is kind of helping y'all. You know what I'm saying? See it for what it is. But they are despicable devils. Descendants of demons.
the rape, and I'm sorry that the mother permitted this.
Let me rewind
An effort situation that allows such heinous, horrible fact. It's a terrible, tragic situation, and we must do better to protect children from that kind of a difficult situation that allows such heinous, horrible abuse. And I'm sorry the abortionist did not report the rape, and I'm sorry that the mother permitted this. An effort to have things that are accurate on this record in this very distinguished body in these halls where laws are made. That is simply untrue. It was reported. So let us not continue to spread disinformation time and time again about certain families' personal issues that they have dealt with in terms of a 10-year-old rape victim being raped and child sexual abuse. I take extreme offense to that on behalf of the family and the poor 10-year-old who is subjected in that way to being being raped at such a young, tender age.
And with that said, y'all, we are going to end it there. There is so much more we got to talk about in this series. There's so much more we got to talk about. But in essence, white people cannot survive without melanin because it is much more than just pigment. And we will explore a little bit more of that and their survival tactics in the next episode. All right, y'all. Got dust off my hands. So that's it, y'all. Man, boy, oh boy, oh boy. I had to set some groundwork to get into the next thing. So I think some people have some questions. I'll answer a few of your questions and then I'm going to jump off. All right. They got mayo on the elbow. All right, let me see. Is that a black woman in the back? Yeah, it was a black woman in the back. All right, I got to go through some of these questions. There's a whole bunch of them, and I said I would save them to the end, so I got to probably scroll a little bit here. All right, let me see what y'all saying. There's so many I got to go through, y'all. So many comments I missed. Man. Yeah, they really cut your boy off, man. Let's see. Yeah, they really did that, though. That's jacked up. It's okay, though. Boy, there's so many questions. I mean, I like comments. I'm trying to find it on, like, I probably should have highlighted them, but people be throwing around questions left and right. Okay, if any of y'all remember the questions people were asking, can you just ask them for me so I can just know what they are so I don't have to, like, scroll through them? If y'all remember, y'all were pointing out that there's people asking questions. If y'all know what questions they had, can you just put them in the chat and I can get to them so I don't have to, like, scroll back, because there's no way I'm going to find it under all this. There's too many comments. Yeah, you got to re-ask your questions, or if you know the questions they were asking and you remember it, just ask it in the chat, because it's too many comments. I'm not going to go through all that. Sorry, just not doing it. That's why I tell people, just wait until I'm done, then ask your questions. If you have a question, I think you should write it down. You know what I'm saying? In case, you know what I'm saying, you probably might forget. So I'm encouraging people, when you come on here, always write your stuff down. And then when we get to the end, then I'll answer them. Because if you don't remember and I just didn't get to it, I just didn't get to it. And if I didn't get to it and you still want to know, because like I said, I'm just not going to go all the way through these comments. So here's what you can do. You can send me an email. I'm going to put my banner up right now. So my email is right here on the scrolling banner at the very, very bottom of the screen. You can email me there if you have questions that I don't get to on here. All right. So just give it a second. It's going to show up on the bottom and it'll have my email. Okay. There it is. All right. Right there at the screen, right at the bottom. It says email me. That's my email. All right. So just hit me up on there if I can't get to it here. Y'all got to write y'all questions down, man. Y'all got to write y'all questions down, because I come on here really more so to bring the truth. Sometimes I do questions and answers, but not all the time, because if it's a long study, sometimes I just want to bring it out and just move on. So from now on, that's going to have to be the rule. If you have a question, you have to write it down and wait until I'm completely done with this. Moderators, please be sure to let everybody know, save your questions until the end and write them down, just in case you might forget, because I have to always bring out what I'm bringing out first, and then I can do it. Do you think we have the devil seed in us because of the mixing of the slave owner did in slavery? Yeah, definitely. That's why I say he's going to cleanse our blood. These things have happened. And that's exactly why they graped our women, to mix their nasty fallen seed. That's what they do. They introduced the world to Rh negative blood. So yeah, some of our people do have the Rh negative blood, and it's not their fault. Again, it's because of mixing. It's because of slavery. So, Yahuwah will cleanse our blood, so I wouldn't really worry about it. But yes, our people do have some of these things. They have some of the recessive traits. They have the blue eyes. They have the blonde hair. They have the straight hair. There's a lot of things that have been factored into this, a lot of recessive genes that have shown up in our people because of these devils. So, yeah. Joel 3:21, for I will cleanse their blood that I have not cleansed, for Yahuwah dwells in Zion. So, there it is. He has to do it because of what they've done. And he told us that a man would have a wife and another man will lay with her. So he told us these things would happen, but he has a plan to fix everything. And that's why I just tell people, don't worry about it. If that's, where you're at, or you have it, don't panic. You've been under these curses. You black, you an Israelite. Your parents black, you an Israelite. All right. So he gonna make everything right. He gonna make everything pure. We gonna be the way we should be. So I give all esteem to Yahuwah for, him his plan to fix everything and make us right and clear out all of these wicked devils and what they put in us. And that's why they deserve destruction. They did this to us. It's their fault. They are the devil. All right? So I welcome y'all who was destruction upon their whole race. And I'm looking forward to it. It'll be beautiful. It'll be beautiful. All right, y'all. So that's it, man. Thank y'all again. I know this has been long. Now, in regards to the stream cutting out, what I will try to do is cut out that section where that happened. Okay? I'll try to do it without taking the video down. I'll try my best to do that. In the event that they don't let me do it, in the event that they don't let me cut that little part out where it did that, I'm gonna have to take the video down, edit that part out, and re-upload it. So just understand that that's what's gonna happen. Not every black person is an Israelite. I'm not saying every black person is an Israelite. You just came in here. We already showed you a whole bunch of black people that are not Israelites. Everybody on this earth was black. Everybody on this earth was black, and not everybody comes from Shem. What I will say, though, is ain't no white person created by the Most High. That's what I will say. I never said every black person is an Israelite. That's why I said if you've been under these curses and you black, your parents black, you're an Israelite. I'm talking about Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 68. So don't put words in my freaking mouth. Anyways, I don't like when people do that. They be putting words in my mouth and stuff like that. Can you put that part on Patreon? I mean, I can definitely. I'm gonna if I do put it on Patreon, I'm gonna just probably take out the part where it cut out, but I'm gonna have the whole clip in there. So don't worry about it. I'll definitely put it in on the Patreon version. Right. Carbon is black, but they're not an Israelite. They are Dravidian. So they are these black Indians. Let me show you. I showed them earlier, but to the people who didn't see what I showed earlier, we talked about the Dravidians. So Carbon, would this be, let me show you these people that I showed earlier. The Dravidians. That would be these people. Let me pull them up real quick. Right here. Let me pull it up. Hold on. Share my screen. So Carbon, I think that these would be your people, right? These are the Dravidians. This woman, not a Dravidian. She's probably mixed with the colonizer, but these are Dravidian people of India. Look at that. Melanin, Adamic, fully Adamic. And I think this woman has melanism. But yeah, these are black people, but they're not Israelites. So I never once said black people, all black people are Israelites. I've never said that. Carbon says yes, except the brown woman. Right. That's what I mean. Like the Dravidians are not the brown ones. This brown woman is most likely mixed with the white man, but she just got a little bit more of that melanin. But her parents, or who, her mother most likely looked like this. So that melanin still kind of is there in the skin, but she's just got more of a lighter shade due to the colonizer. But yeah, these are Dravidians right here. These are the, Indians, the original indigenous people of India, along with, you have, like I said, the Sentinel Island people, so on and so forth. But these are also Adamic indigenous people. You can see the dark pigment in his eyes, definitely Adamic. Nice, beautiful melanin complexion on him. Very, very beautiful melanistic woman right here. Very, very, very beautiful, but very, very healthy, beautiful melanin in her skin. You can see this guy, melanin in his skin, melanin in her skin, a little bit in hers, definitely here too. So yeah, all praises to the highest, man. All praises. But yeah, man, I'm I haven't done my DNA test. I would hate to find out that I'm a Hamite. You probably are or have Hamite in you. You got to understand, for hundreds and hundreds of years in Egyptian captivity, our people intermixed with dark-skinned Hamites. Yeah, it would definitely be in your blood. Canaanites most likely too, because if you descend from Yahuda, he had a Canaanite wife. But again, that was centuries ago. So it's like, it's going to be there. You're going to see some trace of it. Chances are, if you black, there's going to be some stuff in there that might kind of surprise you. Because again, these things have happened over centuries. That's why I don't really focus on, like, you know what I'm saying? Like what was going on prior to my parents and all that other stuff, because I know that my mom is black, her dad is black, her mom is black and mixed with native, and my dad is full on black because everybody on my dad's side is full on black. And my Negro Afrocentric genes stick out more than anything else. I don't look anything like, you know what I'm saying, my mother, who's really, really light. Very, very light skin. Her dad, very light skin. Her mom, light skin. And it's crazy because it's like, I look at like in our family, and it's just like all of our genes are so dominant. So dominant. But now a lot of them is now playing in the snow, swimming in the milk, and now my family is looking whited out. Just disgusting, just nasty. And my mom, I know she sees it. I know she's sad about it, you know, but it is what it is, man. You know, it is what it is. I just know I'm marrying black. I know my children will be black. And I'm encouraging my children to marry black. Period. Our people only. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. All right, fam. Appreciate y'all. Please be sure to hit the like button. I really need you to hit that like button for sure. Yeah, you already know. Hit the like button, y'all. Come on, hit the like button. Hit the like button. All right. Love y'all. Thank y'all again for watching. Please hit the like if you haven't hit the like. This truth needs to get out here. Again, I'm going to try to edit out that little part. If you're on Patreon, I have this YouTube stream up there, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to update it and put the video up that's edited with that part that they took out fully in it. Because that's what I love about Patreon. I can say whatever I want. I can post whatever I want. They don't edit it out. They don't take nothing down. There's no copyright. And by the way, speaking of Patreon, yesterday I did like a little test stream on Patreon to see if I can go live on there, and I can. So for the Patreon family, I'm definitely going to be trying to do more stuff on there, like exclusive stuff that won't be here on YouTube. So I'm going to do a poll on Patreon and let me know if y'all want like another movie breakdown. Like I was thinking about doing a movie breakdown on They Clone Tyrone. They Clone Tyrone, because it has a lot to do with melanin and cloning, and you know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking about doing something like that, like a movie breakdown on They Clone Tyrone. I can do that on Patreon. So I'll do a poll, and you know, y'all let me know what y'all want to see on Patreon. All right, y'all. Y'all be blessed in Yahuwah, Yahusha. Y'all have a great Shabbat. And I will see y'all next week. We're going to get into the next episode. We're going to dig even deeper. And yeah, you're going to learn a lot. All praises to the highest. Shalom.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Yo, I rest on the 7th day as surely as a Sunday. One path to Yahuwah and Yahusha is the one way. Narrow path, step and stay on track like a subway. Yahusha crack the sky with the Malakim someday. Dietary laws, ain't no eating swine flesh. Yahusha garment staining blood like the wine press. The heathens crying out, strong delusion, they the blindest. These heathens can't keep Jesus, not appease in the slightest. Feast days, moral laws, keeping the Shabbats. Don't follow the ways of Edom, by Yahusha's blood I'm bought. Jesus is a big Virgin Mary, don't need her. Yekcyr spin the block on the devil with the heater. Covenant keeper, the Ruach is my teacher. Yahuwah the creator, worship him and not the creature. Christianity can't be any same old difference. You call on pagan names and you call yourself bishops. Heathens in these camps, Jacob giving up his birthright. Held up with these nations, white body like a termite. Reject the Messiah, yeah, your doctrine is Jewish. Scum of the earth, cause that doctrine is sewage. Yahusha in the Torah, you can't see it, you foolish. Committed to Yahuwah, it's a fact that I do this. You are my enemy if you an enemy of Torah. Destruction for the wicked, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. Ain't no new age doctrine, no chakras, no auras. The Apocrypha, I read it, I explore it like Dora. I'm a strong black man with biblical values. Fulfill doesn't mean abolish, yeah, I'm quoting out Matthew. I'm not a patriot, I am fearing the lure. 24 and forever, my king is Yahusha. I don't care about America, she surely gon' fall. And the ops gon' hate you when you Kadashi you called. Yahusha 24, always and forever. To Yahuwah I surrender, my life has been better. Put no trust in no man, nor you are a curse. All esteem to Yahuwah, ayy, I put him first, yeah. Whoa, ayy. Yahusha 24, ayy. It's Yahusha 24, ayy. Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24. All esteem to Yahuwah in the highest. Baruch haba Basham, Yahuwah. Baruch atah, King Yahusha.
Thank you for watching. Don't forget you can support this channel by Cash App, $, Malkaya Music. Also be sure to check out the Patreon for uncensored documentaries, films, deep dives, and much more content that you won't find here on YouTube. Check out the merch store for the latest strip. And let me not forget to say, if you haven't already, subscribe and hit that like button and tap in with us. All praises to the Most High, Yahuwah, the highest. Shalom.